All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here. We're going to start about 15 or so minutes early this week on this episode of Tech Thursdays. This is going to be episode 102. Yes, we're now 102 episodes in from starting this Tech Thursdays franchise. So thank you all for tuning in. There's not a whole lot to talk about this weekend, except kind of GTC was the big event. NVIDIA's weekly... They do it every year, and it takes place around this time every year. It's GTC, the Graphics Technology Conference. It's like Monday through Friday. The actual show is like, I think Tuesday through Thursday are the main days, or Friday. Actually, Tuesday. Well, I think it's actually Monday through Friday. Yeah, Monday through Friday. So you guys can see here, if you went to the show, you had a chance to purchase at MSRP a GeForce 5080 or 5090. The 5080 was $999 and the 5090 was $1999. These are the Founders Edition cards. They had 1,000 units of each card, which means they had a total of 2,000 graphics cards for sale. 1,000 5080s, 1,000 5090s. That's a decent amount for an event like this, to be honest. You know, considering the supply shortages that have plagued the 50 series cards, particularly the high-end 5090 cards. And if you went, you were able to get one of these at MSRP, provided that you were able to get in the line for one of these. So it shows here, pickup same day as purchase at the South Hall main entrance located at 4, and then they've got the Market Street address there. It's 1 GPU per person, so it's not like you could have shown up and bought, like 50 GPUs or whatever. But yeah, it's 1% or 1 GPU per person, so you can only do 1 5080 or 1 5090. Tomorrow is the last day of the GTC show, so if you're there, I'm pretty sure by now they've sold out of cards, but who knows. So anyway, that is a big show, and if you guys paid attention to GTC, you would have seen that during I think it was over 2 hours long, I think it was 2.5 hours long, Jensen was on the stage talking about all the things that NVIDIA is working on right now. They've talked about a lot of it in the past, like self-driving cars, Earth's digital twin, robotics. They even had a robot on the stage with him toward the end. It really made me think of the modern Star Wars movies. That robot literally looked like it was one of those droids from Star Wars episode 9 or something like that. It definitely looked like it was from one of the modern ones. And when I was sitting there listening to him talk and I was looking at the robot, I was like, man, it looks like we are actually going to partially enter the kind of Star Wars sort of universe once robots get to the point where they are kind of like the droids in the movies. But it looks like that's going to become a reality. I don't really know how practical those droids will be. They're probably going to be like Roombas and clean the room and stuff like that. But who knows? It was really interesting. It was a very interesting show. Lots of stuff was going on. Lots of announcements. Lots of partnerships in particular. NVIDIA is partnering with a lot of the large networking giants for the server infrastructures. The other thing, too, that NVIDIA announced, and let me see if I can find it here. Hopefully, WCCF Tech. Hopefully, let's see. He showed a motherboard. A reference motherboard it was like a dev kit for AI. It literally looked like a motherboard with a really, really big NVIDIA chip on it. Was it this thing? No, where is it? Why do they always have, like... I don't want to go into the actual conference. There he is at Denny's again. No, that's not it. What is it with, like... CEOs going to restaurants and like working in the restaurant for a day or two? Like, what is this a thing? Is this a thing that they do now? Anyway, maybe WCCF Tech's not the best one for this sort of thing. Oh, here's another picture of the GeForce. Buy your GeForce 5090 from a food truck. Here's an interesting one. So Pat Gelsinger was there. It was always interesting hearing what he had to say. He was saying that Nvidia got really lucky, and he congratulated Jensen on trying to push graphics cards to take over more and more of the functionality in a PC because no one believed that it was going to be done, and he's actually managed to pull it off. So this looks like it's some kind of like, I don't know, Worlds. This is like Worlds or some kind of like football game. Like, what are these guys doing? Like, what's the purpose behind this? Nvidia GTC with acquired. Okay. This I like this picture. This just looks funny to me. I don't know. It looks like a bunch of sports commentators, but there's no actual sports game. Nerd showdown. It isn't even a showdown. They're just like, it's just commentary. They're literally just doing commentary on whatever Jensen announced at the show, you know? Like, why is Pat there? Pat's just randomly there. He was like walking by, and he just like walked up to the podium and just like sat down next to them and just started mouthing off about, you know, like how Nvidia got lucky. You guys got lucky. Yeah, man, that would have been a fun event to go to, though. Probably not as fun as CES or Computex, but if you're someone who is like into programming, graphics programming, AI, machine learning stuff, I think this would have been very, very useful to attend in person. Definitely. Pat's trying to get a job at NVIDIA. What are they going to hire him to do? Like, what do they need him to do? Like, yeah, there was a lot of hybrid computing stuff announced at the show. One thing that was very prevalent was water cooling. There's a lot of water cooling going into these servers. You can see the tubes. The red means it's the egress water. That's the hot water coming out. The blue is the ingress. So you have that stuff now. It's interesting. So Supermicro announced an entire Supermicro AI solutions. Lenovo announced their hybrid advantage. So Lenovo's going all in with Threadripper plus NVIDIA's Blackwell architecture in the high-end desktop professional workstation market. And then they have like they're in the process of refreshing their ThinkPad lineup. What I really want to see from Lenovo, and I've said this in previous live streams, I really want to see a Ryzen AI Max. Now, obviously, Ryzen AI Max is not designed to be paired up with discrete graphics, but for a laptop, Ryzen AI Max for AI stuff on a laptop, that would be very, very ideal because the unified memory architecture means it'll have very, very low latency for the compute power for the AI. But it is going to be limited to that 128 gigabytes of unified system memory. But still, you know, in a laptop form factor, that is very ideal. So I really want a Ryzen AI Max Plus laptop, preferably a ThinkPad. I really want them to do like a ThinkPad P1 with a Ryzen AI Max. If they announce that, I'm gonna try to like pre-order that in any way possible because that's like the dream laptop right there for me. A ThinkPad P1 with a Ryzen AI Max Plus. That would be like, if I buy that laptop, I'm like gonna use that laptop for like 5 years. Like that, you'll be set for like 128 gigs of RAM. I mean, come on, really? Like that's gonna last a long time for a mobile device. So yeah, we haven't really talked too much about workstations. So the workstation stuff is interesting. A lot of it is riding the coattails of the AI frenzy, we'll say. Like everyone's not really like rushing anymore. Like their hair is on fire to buy up AI chips. I feel like the market has matured a little bit more compared to the way it was 2 years ago, but it is still very, very much in demand. And that is the reason why you're not going to see a lot of attention focused on the gaming market segment because everyone's chasing the AI market right now. Like that's where it's all at. Gigabyte also announced their computing rack scale solutions. So even Gigabyte is getting in on this. Look at all the Gigabyte rack servers, full chassis, the modular chassis, the the 1RU form factor, 2RU form factor. They're going all in. It's insane to see, like, everyone's just jumping on the bandwagon. The network companies like Arista and Cisco, they also announced, I think Cisco in particular announced a partnership with NVIDIA, or NVIDIA announced it. I know Jensen announced that one in particular because they need high capacity, high dense switching to interconnect the servers on the back end and the front end. So you can see at the top of these racks, you have like these look like Cisco switches or something for the data center. They could be Arista, they could be Juniper, but you know, like they've got a whole bunch of the big networking giant hardware vendors attention now. So everyone's jumping in. Everyone's just jumping in like they're diving in. Everyone's diving in head first like it's the deep end of the swimming pool at the Olympic Games. Like that is what is literally happening right now. So it is really nice to see. They are building the infrastructure. What a lot of people aren't realizing is this infrastructure is what is going to change the fundamental landscape of the world and make it seem like we're living kind of like in the Star Wars world, sort of, except there's no crazy like space travel and that sort of thing. But think of it like, you know, you're going to see droids inside people's homes and apartments, like vacuuming the floor and doing basic things and organizing stuff and cleaning things. And like, we've already seen some of the IoT take off with things like Amazon's Alexa and Apple Siri and the one, whatever the Google one is. Like they're gonna go to the next level now with all this AI stuff. They're gonna become more conversational. They're gonna become more, you know, the AI will start talking back to you, I guess, if you want them to. So they'll become argumentative. I mean, it'll be really interesting to see. You'll have like AI characterizations like C-3PO from Star Wars, like with their own kind of personalities. So it's interesting. You're going to need this kind of infrastructure to power all of this. Now, the one thing that really sticks out to me is the electrical power grid in several countries is going to immediately become the bottleneck in terms of preventing this from growing at the sort of scale and pace that companies like NVIDIA want it to. So, it'll be really interesting to see what happens with the electrical grid, with the power infrastructure. Do countries need to leverage nuclear power more? Do they need to do more things with wind, with solar, with all this kind of stuff? So that is going to be this is going to cause a lot of innovation, guys. Like this is going to drive a lot of industries, not just AI and that sort of thing, but you know, like the automotive industry with self-driving cars, the electrical grid has to be upgraded. People are going to have to figure out more energy source optimizations, whether we're talking wind, solar, hydro, nuclear, you name it. It's going to drive business opportunities. It's going to create a lot of interesting stuff. Real estate for data centers is going to come at a premium. I guess people that have land that they can sell to a data center company are probably going to become millionaires overnight. So we're, you know, like it's going to be a really, really interesting time. Really interesting to see what's going to happen here and over the next decade or two that this is going to build up to scale. And then also the semiconductors, like the chips. Obviously, TSMC does not have enough manufacturing capacity right now to support all of this. Intel really needs to get their act together because they are sitting on a potential gold mine, but they just keep fumbling and, you know, falling further and further down the mine shaft, not knowing how to actually extract any of the value. So, like, yeah, Intel needs to get caught up on the foundry side, or someone needs to come in, buy up them, and, like, then fix everything. I don't know what the story is, but the point is we need more fab capacity. We need more electrical grid infrastructure, a lot more, you know, like in the ground, in the air, all kinds of, like, fiber connectivity, all that kind of stuff that a lot of the gamers that watch this channel don't really think about behind the scenes. That is where a lot of the jobs, and these are like good paying jobs too that I'm talking about. That is where a lot of that stuff is going to go. And there's going to be a lot of investment capital from private equity as well as public funding that's going to really, really take off. So Very interesting time. GTC was a great show this year. If you guys were able to attend, congratulations. There was a lot of good stuff from that show. Not just the show with Jensen. Here he is with the robot. This robot made me think of Star Wars. Like, it literally made me think, like, you know what? If these robots become like home vacuum cleaner things, like that tidy up after you, it's gonna be kind of like living in Star Wars, sort of. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. You know, Wally, yeah, like Wally. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like we're moving slowly into the sci-fi era. It's like, and Nvidia's really kind of at the forefront of all of this. So it almost made me think of like the Xenosaga. If anybody ever played the Xenosaga trilogy, if you remember in Xenosaga, it's a PlayStation 2 RPG epic that never got a remaster, which desperately needs a remake or remaster because it's only available on PlayStation 2 after all these years. And Xenosaga, there was a company called Vector Industries in the game. Nvidia is kind of like Vector Industries in a way. Like, they are positioning themselves to be at the center of everything and potentially become a conglomerate at some point. We'll see. They would have to acquire like a bunch of other companies to get into a lot of other verticals and scale out horizontally. But yeah, it would be very, very interesting to see. So cool stuff. Very, very good. So that was the main thing that I wanted to talk about, or just mention all of the stuff that happened at the GTC. I really want to see, where is... Okay, Samsung petabyte SSD as a service. Yeah, man, I really wish I could have been there. This would have been a really, really good thing to see all this stuff going on, to really understand the enterprise, what they're doing with AI and a lot of these different devices. SK Hynix presents the future of AI memory at NVIDIA GTC. AI memory. This is AI memory. So, I don't know what that means exactly, but I know the next generation of NVIDIA, I think Rubin will feature HBM4 memory. HBM4 memory. Now, obviously, the GeForce RTX 60 series will not get that, but the AI expensive chips will get that. So that'll be really interesting to see. The HBM4. I can't believe it's HBM4. 10 years ago, AMD came out with the R9 Fury X featuring HBM1. And then 2 years, 2017, they launched Vega 64 and Vega 56 with HBM2. Currently, I'm guessing HBM3 is the thing that is in all the enterprise stuff. And then HBM4 is coming out with Rubin. So, yeah, there's some interesting things. There was a NVIDIA motherboard AI development kit. Like, where's the article for this thing? Jetson? Is it Jetson? No. It wasn't Jetson. I don't know. He showed it off, but I don't know why I can't find any of the articles that show it. But he showed what literally was a motherboard. It even had PCIe slots for graphics cards. So there's some crazy stuff that they're doing. They talked about reasoning AI models versus the traditional AI models. So yeah, lots of stuff, lots of things. You can see this is like full of just article after article. Asus showing off more stuff. Asus also is getting in on this. So yeah, that's pretty much GTC. It's 5 days long. Tomorrow's the last day of the show. So it's been going on all week. So that's what they want. This is the sort of stuff that they're prioritizing. NVIDIA is too busy prioritizing this. So forget about the gamers. Forget about them. Leave them in the dust. Give them the scraps. Give them the scraps. Because this stuff has all the money. This is all the gold. Yeah, man. If I was Nvidia, forget about the gamers. It's like, it isn't even worth bothering. Like, just get into this stuff. This is where it's at. This is how you turn us into the Star Wars universe. Like, that is because at the end of the day, they want to be remembered as having accomplished this kind of transition for society, rather than just being, oh, they were the company that made the graphics chips for the gamers. You know, like, which one sounds more epic? You ushered in the Star Wars universe, or you created graphics chips for gamers? How do you want people to remember you? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of no-brainer there. So that's why they're focused on that. So that's where all the focus is going. And that's why... even the cybersecurity AI to safeguard critical infrastructure. Now they're using AI to improve cybersecurity. The self-driving car stuff's also getting even better and better every time I see like a demo of it. Okay, so that's all I had on the GTC. What do we want to talk about next? I guess there's one article here on GSkill. GSkill debuts high capacity. Now they say high capacity, and when I read this, I was like, high capacity, so that must be 96 gigs of RAM or at least 64. But it's actually like 48 gigs. It's so misleading. It says new 48 times 2. But then when you look at the screenshot, oh wait, okay, never mind. I was wrong. It's 96 gigabytes. Okay, that's good. 96 gigabytes. I thought there was one that was 48. Oh, maybe I'm mixing this up with a different article. Okay, that is actually good. So 96 gigabytes at 6000 CL26. That is very good low latency. That's got some really good. That's going to be like sub 60 nanosecond, right? That's like 58, 57, 56 nanoseconds, somewhere in there. If it's that low, if the CL is like 26 and it's 6000, that's going to be really, really low latency. So very, very good. 96 gigabytes is my preferred memory amount in 2025. So that is what I recommend for most build. Oh, here's the 48 gigabytes. This is what I saw. So I saw the 48. I'm like, what are they talking about high capacity? So this one, yeah, this is just 48. Is this dual? This is 2 sticks. So what is this one? 4 sticks? Okay, no, that's still 2 sticks. So they have the dual rank and they have the single rank. Personally, the single rank doesn't make any sense. Like, this is not as impressive. I like the 96. The 48 would be more impressive. This would be better if this was like an 8000 kit instead of a 6000 kit. I feel like if you're going single rank, you want to push 8000. Otherwise, if you're going dual rank, you want to go higher capacity, so 96 at 6000. I think that's the right way to do it. But anyway, this is good. These are some nice modern memory kits with this EXPO profile CL26. And then they do have a 8000 kit as well. Here we go. So DDR5-8000, a 48 gigabyte kit. And then they have a 96 gigabyte kit. I don't know why it says X4. Is that a 192 gigabytes? 192 gigabytes CL28 at DDR5-6000. I want to know, like, what are they doing? How are they making this work? Did someone find the secret settings? Someone must have found the secret settings to get this middle one to actually work. That is impressive. Not only is it 4 sticks, dual rank, it is CL28. That means with TREFI set to like 40,000, you're talking like sub 60 nanosecond latency. That is insanely fast. That is insanely fast, very, very low latency, and insane capacity. Max it out. This is the kind of stuff that I want to see. This is the sort of thing that I want to buy, provided it has the correct voltages. But typically, cast latencies like that require higher voltage. So do they have, why don't they show the SPDI, the SPD profile in the, they don't have a screenshot of that. They have like this. They don't show the SPD profile tab. That would have shown me the voltage. Yeah, that's a good memory kit though. That's good. They have that running on a 9900X on an Asus Crosshair Hero. And then they have 100. Okay, notice something. Notice something. When it comes to the two sticks running at 8000, they're using an Asus ROG Crosshair X870E Hero because the Hero excels at two sticks at 8000. But now, when they go to 192, now all of a sudden they aren't using the Hero anymore because the Hero is terrible for that type of RAM. Instead, they've switched to an MSI MPGX870E Carbon Wi-Fi, which will perform similar to the Godlike in terms of the memory. So here they're doing 6,192 gigabytes. So this means that MSI and or GSkill have figured out the secret settings to get the proct ODT and the bus terminations working without errors, working with stability. Very good stuff to see. This is the stuff that I find impressive. I'm probably the only resource on YouTube. I'm the only tech tuber, we'll say, that has shown how to do 192 gigabytes at 6,000. So finally a vendor actually shows it because, like, I don't know, man. There's like such a lack of content on this specific topic. Like the 8000 thing is like, okay, yeah, no. I mean, it's cool because it's CL36. That makes it impressive. But to me, that's actually not that impressive because this is very easy to do. Provided you have a high-end board like the Hero, this is not hard at all. This is literally buy the RAM, plug it in, load the EXPO, and you're done. That's it. You don't have to do anything. You don't even have to test stability. Well, I guess you should test stability. But from my personal experience, you don't even have to bother testing the stability. If you're on a good board and the memory is rated to do 8000, it's just going to work on AMD. Now on Intel, it's a different story, but we're not talking about Intel here. With AMD, it's very easy. With Intel, it's very hard. But AMD, it's very easy. So now the 192 gigabytes is basically hard mode. 8,000, 48 gigs, 2 sticks, that's easy mode. We turn on hard mode. Now we go 4 sticks, dual rank, make it much, much harder. Now the motherboard does matter. Probably a little bit more than when you were on the 2 sticks. So the Carbon can pull this off apparently, which means there are secret settings for the Carbon that GSkill discovered because every single motherboard is different in how they react to the memory signaling because of the different trace layouts that they use, the topology that they're using. There's lots of things that come into play that allow this to work properly with full stability. And the fact that they're able to figure this out with an MSI Carbon is very, very good news for me because I have the MSI Godlike, and the Godlike will always have 4 sticks of memory as far as I'm concerned because that's how it's supposed to be used. So this is the kind of thing that I will probably get in the future, and we'll be doing videos with this because people have been asking me. I get so many comments, not only on the videos related to memory, but also in the Discord. I see the comments all the time of like tech help. I bought, 128 gigs of RAM. What do I do? And it's like, okay, there's videos on the channel, right? Like, so we're going to do more and more videos on this subject because, first of all, I've done probably 3 or 4 videos now on the whole 192 gigabyte thing. One for Gigabyte, one for MSI Godlike, one for ASRock, I think. We probably need to do another one for ASRock with the Nova. And then we have not done one for Asus because Asus cannot do it properly. So we'll probably do another ASRock video real soon with 192 gigabytes. A formal updated video that shows you guys how to get 192 gigabytes working. But if I can get my hands on this memory kit in particular, this will be very nice to have, because this is basically like a guaranteed one that you should just load the EXPO and let it do the training, and then it's done, and then that's good. So it looks like they're using the A25 BIOS, so the latest BIOS for the Carbon. Good stuff, man. GSkill at it again. Trident Z5 Royal Neo, Trident Z5 Neo RGB, and now they even have the Ripjaws M5 Neo RGB. This is their brand new, more price conscious option, which still looks good. The Ripjaws have come back. I want to see some Flare X stuff though. Flare X with the same RGB, because Flare X is the legendary name from the DDR4 days with that Samsung B die back in the day, back in the glory days of DDR4, 3200 cast latency, 1434. You guys know what I'm talking about. 1.35 volts. Magic Knight 551 just subscribed in the middle of the GSkill article. Thanks for the sub. Flare X5 looks good. It's low profile, no RGB. Yeah, Ripjaws is the same thing, but they went and started adding Ripjaws with RGB. So I kind of want to see them do Flare X with RGB as well, just for consistency. But they don't have to. But I mean, I'm just saying. So that is good. GSkill. Currently, all of my good DDR5 is all GSkill. My like budget low end stuff is Corsair. I have some Corsair Vengeance. I think it's like Micron 40. It's like 4077 1.2 or 1.1 or 1.2 volts or something. 1.25 volts. Micron DDR5 from Corsair. It has no RGB. That's a 64 gigabyte kit. That's like my lowest end DDR5.
While we're on the topic of RAM sticks, check out Biwin's world first dual EXPO profile RAM sticks. There's an article about it on Video Cards.
Video Card Z. Okay. How do I find this article? Is it on the front page? Is it under memory? Oh, here it is. Biwin has gold memory. Okay, gold memory with dual gold, like it's made of gold. 14 karat gold. With dual EXPO profiles with AMD systems. The new OC Lab Gold Edition DW100 DDR5-8000. Okay, 8000 CL34 is good. As long as that's a 48 gigabyte kit, that's going to be good. It better not be a 32 gig kit. With a second EXPO profile at DDR5-60. Oh man, this is the type of stuff that is good. Finally, somebody is doing multiple EXPO profiles. It's about time. The fact that DDR5 can fit like 5 SPD profiles, and like all these manufacturers are only putting like one profile in there. And it's like, they'll put like an EXPO profile in there, and then they'll have like no XMP profile. Or it'll be the complete opposite. They'll put an EXPO profile in there, and they won't have like any... they'll have like an XMP and then no EXPO. It's like, why do you even bother doing that? Just put... The thing can fit like 5 profiles. Why are you only putting like the bare minimum? It's like, oh, put... like... It's like when It's like when Intel... When no one knew about Ryzen because like X3 wasn't really a thing... Like, they didn't even bother to put EXPO profile. It was like everything was XMP. So, it was like, it's an AMD CPU. Just load the EXPO. Just load XMP. Just load XMP. Just load XMP. And then it's like now the tables have turned. Now you got like GSkill doing AMD EXPO, and they're forgetting about the XMP on these newer kits. So, it's like, well, what do I do if I have one of these things? Oh, just load EXPO. Just load EXPO. You know, GSkill's like, just load EXPO. Don't worry about it. Just load EXPO. Just load EXPO on your Intel. Just load EXPO on your Intel. It used to be, oh, what if you have one of these? Oh, just load XMP. Just load XMP on your AMD. Just load XMP, man. Just load XMP. But it's weird because it's like, I've gotten so many comments on some of my memory videos. It's like, can I use XMP with an AMD CPU? And when I read that comment, I'm thinking like, I'm not judging the individual. I'm just thinking like, is this person's first time building a computer? Do they never build a computer with DDR4 or DDR3? Because you kind of had to use XMP on AMD back in the day? Like, it's pretty obvious that it works on AMD. And then, like, likewise, the opposite question. I've seen the opposite question. If I buy EXPO RAM, can I put it in with my Intel 14900K? And I'm thinking like, yes, why not? Like, duh. It's like, if I can put XMP on the AMD one, like, why can't I can obviously put EXPO on the Intel one. It works both ways. But, you know, a less experienced builder wouldn't know that. So, I mean, I literally ran my EXPO RAM. The free RAM that I got from Micro Center for buying an AMD 7950X back in the day, I put that in my 13900K system. Because the memory that I bought with my own money, I expected to put that in the AMD build, because I built the AMD system first. And then I was like, oh, we're going to do the 13900K build also. But I'm like, oh, I don't want to buy any more RAM for the 1300K, so I'm just going to use the free EXPO memory that's meant to go with the AMD. I'm just going to throw that in the Intel system. So for like 2 years, my AMD computer, my 7950X, the Tech Thursdays computer, was using Intel XMP memory, and my 13900K for like 2 years was using AMD EXPO memory. So I purposely had them like reversed, you know, and just to prove that it works. So it's literally the same. So the main difference, so there is one difference. There is one difference between the two of them. Technically, if you buy an EXPO memory kit, you can email the memory manufacturer. So like, let's say I buy this Biwin kit. So technically, according to AMD, the EXPO profile is supposed to be fully documented and publicly available for the user. So if there's no printout that shows the entire documentation of the SPD profile in the box, you're supposed to be able to email Biwin. We're just using Biwin here as an example because that's what this article is about. But I should be able to email Biwin support and ask them to send me the full SPD profile for the EXPO profiles. And they are supposed to do that, because technically, that if they don't do that, if they withhold that, then they're technically not in compliance with AMD's EXPO feature. Like, they're not actually up to spec if they don't do that. So that is one thing. Now, you cannot do this with XMP, because if you buy an XMP kit, it's like you're buying a black box. Now, clearly, you can load the XMP in the BIOS, and then you can try to figure out, like, you can get the primary timings and some of the subtimings, but some of the other stuff you're not going to know because it's auto and it won't be revealed to you. So, and you cannot email, like, let's say I buy a XMP from Biwin. If I email Biwin, hey, give me the XMP list, the full, they're not going to do it. They don't have to. They have to choose if they want to or not. But they are not obligated to do that because XMP does not mandate that they do that. So it's more like a black box, closed solution. It's supposed to be an Intel proprietary standard. So it's not supposed to be open to the public. It's supposed to be kept as more like a secret thing. So they're not obligated to give you the XMP profile. So I typically, going forward, I only buy EXPO profile memory, because if I buy an EXPO kit, I can email the vendor, and they can give me the entire SPD details. Like, they can give me all the tertiaries, they can give me the TREFI, they can give me like everything. TRC, TRAS, all the TFA, all that stuff, they can give that to me if I buy an EXPO kit. If I buy an X&P kit, there's no guarantee they're going to give me that stuff. I've already gotten pushback asking for that for some of my older X&P kits. So I only really buy EXPO memory anymore. Regardless of whether we're talking an AMD build or an Intel build, I don't care. I'm just going to buy EXPO, and if it's an Intel computer, so be it. It's going to be forced to use EXPO. That's just how I roll. So anyway, that is some, I guess, trade secret knowledge there. So if you buy EXPO, you are entitled to get the full SPD profile. If the vendor withholds that, they're not following the spec. So they're not complying with the specification. But yeah, let's see. So this looks pretty good. The fact that it has two profiles is very good, because what this is good for, let's say I'm running 2 sticks of memory. If I buy one of these kits, I'm going to run it and I'm on a high-end board, like the Hero, for example, I will run DDR5-8000 CL34. But let's say I want to upgrade. I want to double up my capacity. So I buy another of the exact same kit, and now I can now run 4 sticks of this memory, but I will load the 6400 profile, because the 6400 profile works with 4 sticks of RAM. The 8000 profile only works with 2 sticks of RAM. So this is very, very good stuff, because it gives you an upgrade path that maintains compatibility with the EXPO profile. So very, very good stuff. It's about time someone finally did this. I was so tired of how, like, GSkill only puts like one profile for the performance. Like, they give you either the 8000 profile or the 6000 profile. They don't give you both. And they also only do like EXPO or XMP. I don't know why they don't just like put both of them in there, but whatever. They don't have to. Technically, it's the same thing anyway. The only difference is one of them is full documentation, the other one's not. Let's see. Okay, so that was the memory discussion. Let's talk about a motherboard real quick. So Gigabyte, we haven't talked about Gigabyte in a while. Gigabyte, as far as motherboards go, Gigabyte is offering all of its B580 motherboards with PCIe 5.0 support. This is interesting because this is not required. This is not required. This is optional for B850. So providing high bandwidth for expansion cards and SSDs. Okay, that's, I mean, the benefit of PCIe 5.0 is you get the full bandwidth support. So if you are, for example, if you're buying a RTX 50 series or a Radeon 9070 series, you will get to benefit from the PCIe 5.0 because it allows you to drive only half of the lanes. So an X8, for example, instead of X16, and at X8, you're still equal to 16 lanes of Gen 4 bandwidth. So you're not really losing any bandwidth anymore. So the big fear about lane sharing doesn't really matter on these newer boards, provided you have a Gen 5 graphics card. So if you have like a 9070 XT, for example, you can run it at X8 Gen 5, and that's still equal to as though it was Gen 4 X16. So that's personally how I run mine with the ROG Hero, because I run dual graphics cards, and both of them are taking 8 lanes each. So yeah, no concern with like loss of performance or anything by doing that. That's nice about Gen 5. So that is a good thing that Gigabyte's doing that, because since they're doing this, this means that you don't have to think about like which B850 Gigabyte board to get, because they all have Gen 5 lanes. So now the only thing that I need to clarify or make sure of here is, does it mean that they have all the Gen 5 lanes, or does it mean they only have like half the Gen 5 lanes, or do they only have like the graphics card Gen 5 and there's no Gen 5 SSD? This doesn't look like it has a Gen 5 SSD heatsink anywhere. So this one, is it only the GPU? Okay, so yeah, we would have to look at some of these. But I don't understand. So if they support Gen 5 SSDs, this heatsink is not good enough for Gen 5 SSDs. Maybe it can handle like one Gen 5 SSD, but it's definitely not going to be able to handle the one Gen 5 SSD plus the other SSDs. That'll overwhelm this flat little thing of metal here. They really need like a much larger. And this has good surface area, but it's not dense enough. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. This is single chipset also, so that means that it has, at most, it has 24 Gen 5 lanes. So you could do, the graphics card is 16. Then you would have, if they're doing USB 4, it's like 4 more lanes. So you'd have like one Gen 5 SSD, and then off the chipset you could do 2 more. And then you would have your, looks like they have 4 SATA as well. So I think this is like a 3 SSD motherboard. There's probably 3 SSDs under here. One is Gen 5, if I had to guess. But, you know, this motherboard doesn't have a postcode debug, so I automatically don't really recommend it. Yeah, it just... I've gotten to the point now where motherboards have to have postcode debugs. Like, I don't really consider them. I don't recommend them if they don't have postcode debugs. I mean, even if someone's on a tight budget, I would still recommend them a motherboard that has a postcode debug that's still, you know, around the $300 mark, if not less. So some of them, you can find some motherboards with postcode debugs now, brand new, for like $280 or so, $270. If you're really, really looking, if you can find like a... If you're talking like Newegg, they have the rebates. If you're talking Micro Center, they have the bundles. So I don't know about like outside of the US, but if you're buying from a motherboard, typically you want to get it from Newegg if you don't have Micro Center available. Otherwise, you want to go to Micro Center. Those are the two choices. Like, you don't want to buy from Amazon, because Amazon, right now, Amazon is, for motherboards, it's probably okay to buy from Amazon, but Amazon doesn't really have the bundle deals like Newegg and Micro Center. They don't have the most compelling offers. And also, Amazon tends to have a lot of third-party sellers that tend to mark up the stuff. I don't want to call them scalpers, but technically they are sort of like scalpers because they're just reselling the same stuff. So, especially if it's GPUs, it's all scalpers right now on Amazon. So that's why I don't recommend buying from Amazon. It depends on what you're buying, like from a component level. Memory kits are fine. That kind of stuff is fine on Amazon. But right now, GPUs on Amazon are kind of a joke because it's all scalpers. And then motherboards, depending on the board, if it's a very popular board, like the Nova, for example, that's going to be hard to get from Amazon. You're much, much better off buying that from Newegg. Or if you live near a Micro Center, well, if you live near a Micro Center, there's no reason to buy it off of Amazon. You just go to Micro Center. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Okay, here's another motherboard article. MSI claims up to 14.5% higher gaming performance on Ryzen 9 9950X3D through MSI's optimal settings. Okay, like what does that even mean, MSI? What are your optimal settings? Because I have this motherboard, we're streaming on it right now, so I would really like to know what those optimal settings are. MSI says it offers optimal configurations for achieving noticeable performance uplifts with this processor. Okay. MSI recommends using the latest BIOS and chips. Okay, I mean, I have both those already. Up to 10% better. The performance uplifts will be game specific and not driver. Alright, so they're saying Monster Hunter Wilds, virtually no difference. Metro Exodus, there is a 10% gain. Shadow of the Tomb Raider, there's a 2% gain. Let's make this larger. Final Fantasy. Okay, I like that they tested games that are still easy to benchmark. Monster Hunter Wilds has a built-in benchmark. Well, it's a separate benchmark tool. Final Fantasy Dawntrail has a really good benchmark. Far Cry 6 has a benchmark. Shadow of the Tomb Raider has a benchmark. And Metro Exodus, I assume it has a benchmark, although I don't know because I don't have Metro Exodus. But yeah, the other 4 games, they definitely have built-in benchmarks. And it looks like Metro and Far Cry 6 have decent performance uplifts. Shadow of the Tomb Raider has a slight performance uplift. Final Fantasy Dawntrail improves by like 1 FPS, which is kind of margin of error. And then Monster Hunter Wilds basically has no difference. So, which is interesting because that out of all 5 of these, Monster Hunter Wilds is the most CPU-bound game out of all 5 of these. So I would have expected to see that one have a noticeable difference rather than like no difference at all. I'm surprised Far Cry had that much of an uplift compared to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Shadow of the Tomb Raider can be very CPU bottlenecked. Sometimes. Well, not really. I mean, it's still going to be a very, very high number, but it's still... I mean, you can tell by looking at this which one is CPU. Well, I don't know. Because Monster Hunter, it's like typically when you see like a lower FPS, you think, oh, that game is very, very GPU heavy. Well, Monster Hunter is just GPU and CPU heavy all the time, but it's like always CPU bound. Like 150% of the time it's CPU bound. And then maybe like 50 to 70% of the time it's GPU bound. So Monster Hunter Wilds is just a whole different animal, literally, compared to these others. So they did all the chipset stuff. They did all that. Okay, here we go. So they did DDR scaling as well. Here we go. DDR scaling. Black Myth Wukong is a GPU bottleneck, so there shouldn't be any difference. That's a waste of time testing that. Cyberpunk 2077. This one can be CPU heavy because it's a large urban open world. So yeah, you can see DDR5-8000 is the most performant option, and then they went and they tuned it even more with tighter timings. They basically tighter timings literally just means that they cranked TREFI. That's literally all they did, and then they turned on the game mode, which is absolutely pointless. They didn't even need to do that. In fact, that can sometimes hurt performance. But anyway, they got they gained like half an FPS by doing that in Cyberpunk. They gained like 2 frames in Metro. They gained quite a number of frames in Monster Hunter Wilds, which further proves what I've been saying all along about Monster Hunter Wilds, and that is that it scales with memory bandwidth. So you guys can see here, Monster Hunter Wilds at DDR5 4800 does 117 FPS, but at DDR5 8000, it's 10 FPS faster. It goes from 117 to 127. And the DDR5 7200 is 124.5. So that is actually worse than DDR5 6000, because DDR5 6000 would probably be about the same as that. DDR5 6000 is probably 125 FPS. But DDR5 8000 is 127 FPS. And DDR5 8000 with the TREFI is 134 FPS. So this proves, and I've been saying this all along, it's good to see other sources now helping verify what I've been saying for over a year now, or maybe two years now, when it comes to X3D. Because a lot of people were like, oh, you don't need fast RAM if you're on X3D.
I hope my PC is set for the next 2 years unless Titan comes out.
No, it's set for the next 2 years. It's set for the next 2 years. There's no Titan. NVIDIA's too focused on the AI. We talked about that at the beginning. All the high margin and the foundry allocations are going to the AI chips. So yeah, you're pretty much set. But this proves that no, X3D can still benefit from max-tuned memory. Because look at the Monster Hunter Wild result. Monster Hunter Wild is the most CPU-bound game on this entire chart. And you can see that it scales with the memory. We're talking about an X3D CPU, and it is still scaling with the memory. It's scaling with DDR5 despite X3D. That shows you how CPU-bound Monster Hunter is. That really goes to show how CPU-bound Monster Hunter is. The game literally scales with RAM. It scales with RAM. And it should because of the way the direct storage works. So that makes a lot of sense. Red Dead Redemption, barely any difference. You can literally run the El Cheapo DDR5-4800 and get 99% of the performance of a DDR5-8000 kit. And then Shadow of the Tomb Raider is an interesting game because that one also shows that it scales quite a bit with good TREFI. And then Far Cry 6 also, there's like very little scaling, but you can see DDR5-8000 is still beating all the others. And then you crank TREFI and then it gets another like 11 frames despite being on X3D. So tuning memory still gets you even better performance despite being on the fastest CPU on the planet. So really, really good stuff. So all those people saying that, oh, if you're on X3D, you don't need to worry about memory. Not necessarily true. You'll be in a better position compared to other CPUs that do not have X3D technology. But why stop there when you can just get even more performance by tuning the RAM? You see what I'm saying? So that's crazy. So, okay. So that's an interesting one. So MSI claims that they can do that. I'm probably going to have to do some of this. I'll have to turn a lot of this data into like a video format. So I need to check Assassin's Creed Shadows, which we will be taking a look at tomorrow evening. We will be live streaming Assassin's Creed Shadows with it's either going to be the 7950X3D, because currently that's what we're streaming on right now, because I went and I put this in my Godlike. The Godlike currently is using the old 7950X3D. So if I keep it in there, I'll just keep using that. But we are going to be streaming Assassin's Creed Shadows with the Intel Arc B580. So stay tuned for that live stream tomorrow evening. If you want to see how well Assassin's Creed Shadows runs on an Intel Arc B580 paired up with an AMD Ryzen CPU. But where was I going with that? Oh, I think Assassin's Creed Shadows has a built-in benchmark. So I'm going to probably add Assassin's Creed to my test suite of games that I use for GPU and CPU benchmarks. So that will probably replace one of the older games on the list. So I'm currently in the process of updating my my test suite of games and applications that I use for review content. Monster Hunter Wilds is definitely going to be included. So Final Fantasy XIV, Dawn Trail, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Those are the newer games. And then we're probably going to see what else. Black Myth Wukong is a GPU bottleneck. So I will never consider Black Myth Wukong if we're doing a CPU review. It's absolutely waste of time, as you guys can see here. But for GPU comparisons, Black Myth Wukong would be a good one. And it has a built-in benchmark that is pretty quick to run too. So that might also gain a spot. We're probably going to remove Starfield.
Can you explain why my CPU usage is always less than 50% in Wilds but temp is above 70C, even though CPU is an important factor? Same thing happened when I was using the 9800X3D.
So why it's less than 50% is because it's a dual CCD chip. So it's looking at the entire CPU as a whole, and it's averaging the total utilization. So typically you should be below 50% with a 9950X3D. Now on a 9800X3D, you would be closer to 50% utilization, and in some scenarios you would be above 50% utilization. So if you're just playing the game, the 9800X3D should be less than 50% utilization. The 9950X3D will definitely be below 50% though, because you have so much available cores and cache ready because of the second CCD. So that's the reason why the 9950X3D will be lower than 50, way lower than 50. I think at most I've seen it do like 30, low 30%, and that's with the live stream running as well. But if you're doing two things, like if you're playing the game and you're trying to record the gameplay or you're streaming the gameplay, then the CPU utilization will be higher. And now for the temperature, 70 degrees, that's fine. Like you're using an air cooler, if I remember correctly. And to me, 70 Celsius sounds about right. That sounds 74, anywhere from like 71 to 76 or 77 is what I remember being a long average range over a long duration of playing the game. So that, unless you're on a liquid cooler, you're not really going to be able to improve that. Just because that's how it performs with the air cooler. But that's nothing to be concerned about in terms of the temperatures there. I think the lowest I saw mine, so the 9800X3D, that one I think is like what, mid 60s, like 65, 68 on the 9800X3D. The 9950X3D with a Noctua D15 or a Deep Cool AK620, those, it will definitely run warmer. It'll definitely be in the 70s. In fact, I have seen it on air get into the 80s under load. Like when you shift into the camp, for example, and it ramps, you can get into the low to mid 80s briefly while going into the base camp. So to me, that's normal behavior, especially if on air. But those temperatures are nothing to be concerned about, especially if those temperatures are for the dual CCD. The Neo. Oh, you're talking about the 96 total, Francisco. You're talking about the kit. That kit is a 2x24, so it's a 48 gigabyte kit. So with quantity 2 of those, you would get 4 sticks. And yeah, that is how you would be able to get the 4 sticks on the Godlike. R850 users already mostly upgraded. So Polaris just... temp is fine. Yeah, that's fine. I have the... Okay. Okay, so... that is it for that. So I will definitely be trying to check MSI's claims. I don't think that they're lying or anything. This makes sense. In particular, the majority of what they're showing is based off of the RAM. It's mostly based off of RAM and having things set up the way they're supposed to be. Speaking of Monster Hunter Wilds, I guess the only thing I have left is gaming stuff, isn't it? Unless people want to talk about specific motherboards at the end of the stream or whatever, graphics cards, whatever. Monster Hunter Wilds was February's best-selling game in the US. More than half of its sales came from Steam. Now, okay, that's not surprising. So, Monster Hunter Wilds was number 1, followed by Kingdom Come Deliverance, Civilization 7, PGA Tour 2K25, NBA 2K... Okay, that's not new. These are the new ones. So all the top 4 are all new games. 2 of them are from Take-Two Interactive. And then Avowed was 7th place. That's from Microsoft. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is from Microsoft. Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii from Sega did manage to make it into the top 10 for February. That's nice to see because that's kind of a niche game. So it's good to see Like a Dragon at number 8. and this is US only, guys. So keep in mind, this is the US market. So in other parts of the world, I know that in other parts of the world, these genres shift around. Like some genres are way more popular than others. I would imagine in Asia, though, it holds true that Monster Hunter Wilds was the most sold game. I know it was in Japan. I'm not sure about the greater Asia region, but Monster Hunter Wilds was like top dog in February, and it came out at the end of the month too, and it still managed to eclipse everything else. So that just kind of goes to show how much of a phenomenal sensation that franchise is. I mean, if the fact that like literally all of my weekend live streams for the past since Monster Hunter came out have been me just playing Monster Hunter, if that's not proof enough of how popular that franchise is, I don't know what else is. But we are going to be shifting to other games soon here, starting tomorrow actually. But that doesn't mean we aren't going to be done with Monster Hunter. You expect to still see more Monster Hunter. I've been planning to stream Monster Hunter Wilds on a lower end, mid-range, older computer. And we do want to show some Intel stuff. So we're going to be showcasing an Intel i7 12700K. This is the Alder Lake. This is 12th gen Intel i7 with DDR4, not DDR5, no, DDR4 memory. So I'm going to be streaming Monster Hunter Wilds with a Alder Lake 12700K featuring DDR4 memory, 64 gigs of memory. This is 4 sticks running at DDR4 3000, and we are going to be using that with what was the GPU? Oh, an RX 6800 XT. So an RDNA 2 graphics card, because that is what I call a pandemic PC, because Alder Lake launched toward the very end of the pandemic. It was like late 2021. I could also do Rocket Lake. Like I could do i7 11700K. We may even do that. I'm considering it because that was the worst performing CPU in my benchmark comparison video. But I wanted to showcase the 12700K to show how that handles the game. So we're going to be looking at 12700K plus the 6800 XT. Why the 6800 XT? Because that is a GPU from 2020, and it has 16 gigabytes of VRAM. So this PC is what I call the pandemic PC. So we're going to see, can a PC that was new in the dark times, aka the height of the pandemic, can that computer handle Monster Hunter Wilds at 4K resolution? That is what we're going to do. So if you guys are interested in looking at how that performs, because I'll tell you guys, that's the type of stuff that people are complaining about on Steam forums. And every time I read these complaints on Steam about poor performance, it's always somebody with a 12th gen Intel or an older computer, and they're always complaining about bad performance. So we're gonna see like what is the experience like for these individuals when we run a DDR4 computer from the pandemic with a RDNA 2 upper. It's a high-end performance card, a 6800 XT, basically RTX 3080, but it has more VRAM than a 3080, so maybe that won't be a problem. But we'll see. That's gonna be a stream that's coming up soon, so stay tuned for that. And then I guess the other thing that we're going to go over real quick, now we're going to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. So Assassin's Creed Shadows is out today in a couple of hours, or I believe the game will be playable for most people, if not everyone. So I will be live streaming Assassin's Creed Shadows tomorrow evening. I'm trying to figure out what computer. I think I know which computer we'll be using. But yeah, we will be taking a look at Assassin's Creed Shadows. And here are the specifications. I think we talked about this game previously. The game did pretty good from a review standpoint. We will be streaming it. We'll be taking a look at 2 different computers. So tomorrow we will be doing the Intel B580. We'll be looking at Intel B580 with a powerful CPU, basically the one that we're using right now. And then sometime on the weekend, we will be taking a look at the Intel Core Ultra, the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K with the 7900 XTX. Yes, the 7900 XTX is making a grand return. We have focused so much on the 9070 XT recently that the 7900 XTX has been moved into the background. We are going to take a look at how the 7900 XTX handles Assassin's Creed Shadows with the ray tracing option. So that's what we're going to be doing in another live stream coming up later. So that one's probably going to be Saturday evening or maybe sometime later. There is another game that we are also probably going to cover as well. There's another game that came out that I don't think it's this hard to run. This game seems like it's not too bad to run. The CPU, you can, like if you have an old Zen 3, you can basically run the game at 4K. I mean, they're recommending either a 13th gen or a Zen 4 with X3D for extended ray tracing. I don't understand why that really matters compared to these other ones, but according to them, that's what they're recommending. And then for the graphics cards, they're recommending the RTX 4090 and the RTX 4080, depending on if you're on 4K. 4K 60, RTX 4090. So for ray tracing extreme at Ultra. You know what's dumb about this chart though? How come when they do this, and I've ranted about this before. So what if somebody wants to run the game at 1080p Ultra? Why is there no reference point for 1080p Ultra? Like, it's like 1080p 60, but medium? Okay, then what do I need if I want to play it at a 1080p 60 Ultra? Same deal with 1440p. 1440p, okay, it's like 14, what about 1440p Ultra? There's like 1440p high. What about 1440p Ultra? And then how come enthusiasts here, there's like 4K 60 high? You can get away with a 7900 XT, but 4K 60 Ultra needs these, but that's because they do RT. Like, this type of chart is not very helpful. It's kind of a general range, but it's not really helpful. Like, especially for people that are playing it at 1080p. Like, okay, 1080p medium, 1080p high, but it's only 30 FPS if you have these specs. So it's just not very intuitive. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, this is not very helpful. What is helpful is they put all this stuff down here. It says SSD is mandatory. SSD is mandatory, which means there's probably some form of direct storage. And then ray trace, global illumination, and reflections. It says there's an in-game... I like how they say that there's an in-game benchmark tool for performance analysis. Because of this, we're probably going to add... I'm probably going to remove Starfield from my game test benchmark list. And we're going to replace Starfield with Assassin's Creed Shadows. So yeah, this is going to be the new one. And then I think we're going to try to fit Monster Hunter in there somewhere and replace one of the other games. But, I mean, no one plays Starfield. There's no reason to even, like, why should I bother benchmarking Starfield when no one plays it? So we're going to replace it with this game instead. And then Monster Hunter definitely needs to be in there. It does support AMD Eyefinity. It has HDR support, in-depth customization, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they've got Intel XESS2, AMD FSR 3.1, DLSS 3.7, dynamic resolution support. All right, so what's the next? Oh, I guess that's it. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, The Last of Us. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. PC system requirements revealed. So here we go. All right. I don't think we talked about this game. This game comes out April 3rd on PC. And it shows, again, they're doing the thing where it's like low settings 720p 30, medium settings 1080p 60. Like, why can't they just stick to one resolution and then just give us the presets for that one resolution instead of, like, what if I want to play the game at 1440p ultra or very high? Like, why is it 1440 high, 1080 medium, 720p low? Like, they go for the absolute worst case scenario, so 720p 30, and then they go for like very high 4K at 60. And the CPU changes every single time. That's funny. Like, as the resolution goes up, the CPU also goes up for some reason. But the thing about this is, according to this, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is not supposed to be CPU bound at all, because they literally list the minimum CPU are CPUs from 2017.
First time builder here. Just bought X870E Nova. Should I be worried about buying a 9800X3D because of the known issues? Should I just get a 9950X3D?
Okay, great questions. There is no issue with the 9800X3D. So that's number one. Number two, should I just get a 9950X3D? That second question, so you have to ask yourself, do you need those extra cores? Is the amount of money spent on the $700 CPU worth the extra cores for what you need to do with the computer? That is, only you know the answer to that question. I can't answer that question for you. You have to determine, do you need those extra cores, and if so, are you willing to spend the extra money to get that CPU over the 9800X3D? So that's all it comes down to. It's like, do you need the extra cores or not? If you don't, then you can get a 9800X3D. Most people are fine with a 9800X3D, even if they're doing productivity stuff. But if you're doing a lot of productivity stuff on a daily basis all the time with that computer, then you're probably going to be wanting to look at the very least, you're probably going to want to look at the 9900X3D, if not the 9950X3D. So, let's see. So does that answer the question? You plan on multi-boxing Eve big time? So, I don't know what that means. I don't know what are you talking about? The game? The MMO? Eve, the MMO? I don't know what that means. Multi-boxing Eve? What is that? Oh, well, you're talking about the game. Okay, yeah. If you're doing that, okay, yeah. Okay, so if you're doing VMs, okay, anything with VMs, you're going to want, at minimum, you're going to want the 9900X3D. Otherwise, get the 9950X3D. Okay, yeah, if you're going to have multiple, yeah. Okay, I see. I know what you're doing now. Okay, if you're doing that, then get the higher, then you're going to want the Ryzen 9. You're going to want the Ryzen 9. You don't have to get the highest Ryzen 9. You can consider the 12-core, 24-thread, 9900X3D for what you're doing. It sounds like that would also work. But if you just... See, the problem that the 9900X3D runs into is the 9900X3D is a CPU that it's kind of like the 9070, the GPU from AMD. It's like, it's kind of there to upsell you to the 9950X3D. It's like, why not, if you're gonna spend for a dual CCD, why not just spend the extra $100 and just get the extra 4 cores and 8 threads? You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the justification that I always run into when it comes time to consider a multi-thread CPU. But yeah, if you're doing multi-boxing, I get it. I can see all the comments now about it. So if you're doing that, then get a Ryzen 9. A Ryzen 9 is going to be better at that. Yeah, and you can set CPPC to prefer cache. You don't have to use game mode, and like you have all 32 threads ready to go to multi-boxing as many instances as you want. So yeah, that's the way to set that up. And you're gonna want 96 gigabytes of RAM probably. I don't know how much RAM all those multi-boxes require, but dude, 16 core, 32 thread. 96 gigs of RAM, 4 sticks of memory for that really good aesthetic, the clean build aesthetic. I can't pull myself away from that computer. I built that computer with the 9950X3D, and it's like I can't. It's so hard for me to use a different computer. Ever since I built that computer, I almost haven't touched my Threadripper computer in a week. Like the 4090 is collecting dust. The 4090 is collecting dust. It's stone cold. It's doing nothing. It's asleep. It spends its days sitting there with the Threadripper, asleep, doing absolutely nothing. So I'm thinking like, man, I probably should not have built that computer, because ever since I built the 9950X3D, it's like, I can't, I just want to use the 9950X3D. It doesn't help what's not helping is the fact that the 9950X3D with the 9070 XT is also hooked up to the 240 Hz 4K OLED. Like, that computer has the OLED. The other computers do not have the OLED. They're like using old IPS monitors. You see what I'm saying? It's like, oh man, that thing has the OLED, and it has the really good RGB RAM, and it has like all the good stuff, and the 360 EK water block. It's like, man, I can't even touch the Threadripper now. I barely even touch, like, this thing over here. This thing is literally sitting there stone cold dead, doing nothing. It sits there on the floor doing absolutely nothing. And then now Threadripper's doing nothing, man. Intel and Threadripper sitting there in the back. They're just kind of like Jace and Birder from Dragon Ball Z with their arms crossed, while Raccoon does all the work, like cleaning house, like beating up all the DBZ characters. And like Jace and Birder are basically Threadripper and Intel Core, just like, what should we do today? I don't know. There's nothing to do. I mean, we have nothing to do. Like, we're still employees, but we have like no work. There's like nothing for us to do. So, like, that's basically my Threadripper and my Intel CPU. They sit there in the back and they do nothing. They just stay in sleep mode the whole day, while the 9950X3D does like all the heavy lifting, Like, 9950X3D does everything. And then the 9950X was like, dude, I can't sit next to this guy, man. I gotta go. So the 9950X, that thing is in a box right now. 9950X is literally sitting in a box. 9950X is doing absolutely nothing. That's because I took it out and I put in 7950X3D for some comparisons. So, because dude, like this thing is still good. 7950X3D represent, this is the OG. It's not as OG as the 5800X3D, but this thing is the OG of the dual CCD with the V-cache. Yeah, so The Last of Us, this doesn't look like it's CPU bound. The fact that they're telling you the minimum is a CPU from 2017. The highest end CPU you need is literally a CPU from the pandemic. That's all you need to know, that this game is not a CPU heavy game. This is a GPU heavy game. They don't even say that an SSD is required. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. They do. All of them say SSD down here. 150 gigabyte SSD. Okay, so who is not sitting in a box? Threadripper's not in a box. Threadripper's sitting in a computer that's asleep. Intel's in a computer that's asleep. No, the only people in a box, the only CPU sitting in a box is the 9950X. The 9950X is sitting in a box. Threadripper, Intel, they're still sitting in their respective computers. They're still in their motherboards. They're just sitting in a computer that's in S3 sleep. They've been cryogenically asleep for like 72 hours now. 4090 is sitting in the Threadripper system doing absolutely nothing, man. Nothing. 4090 is doing nothing. I can't believe I'm saying that. That sounds so bad. The RTX 4090 is literally the Founders Edition, the coveted 4090 Founders Edition is sitting in a Threadripper computer on the floor, asleep, doing absolutely nothing. I haven't even touched it for like almost a week. Because of the 9950 X3D. This CPU is so good that it's like I've been editing all my videos with this CPU. I've been doing all the live streams with this CPU. We've been doing everything with the CPU. Like, what's the point of having those other computers? Other computers are just kind of sitting collecting dust. They're all collecting dust. So, it's crazy, man. 9950 X3D is a game changer. That CPU is a game changer. It is a high core count, high thread count CPU. So you got 16 cores, 32 threads, and it is the best productivity CPU, hands down. And it is equal to the best gaming CPU. So it's like what? There's like all the other computers I have are either redundant or less performant now. Except possibly Threadripper for like specific multi-thread workloads. So it's like Threadripper's still justified. These other guys though, like 9950X, like, I mean, you know, we have to keep these around for CPU benchmark comparisons. That's the whole point of keeping them. But when it comes to like using a computer, using a specific CPU, the one that I prefer to use now, hands down, is the 9950X3D. Like, that CPU literally just spoiled all the other CPUs. All my other computers are just, they're just all wrecked. They all got wrecked. 9950X3D is just too good. Way too good. Okay. I think that pretty much covers it. How are we doing on time? Wow, okay, the stream's a little bit of a shorter one. There's really nothing to talk about. I mean, let's see. Nintendo Switch 2. I think this is a new article. I don't know how many of you are planning on getting a Switch 2? Who here is getting a Switch 2? The Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out this year. It's coming out this year, right? 9950X3D is better than the Threadripper. I mean, it feels better to use than the Threadripper because it's faster in gaming. It's faster in gaming. Like, I'll be honest, it's hard pressed to see Threadripper outperforming it in a lot of areas. Threadripper still is faster in multi-thread, like rendering videos and stuff. Threadripper is still faster. Threadripper is still smoother when scrubbing the timeline, like a 4K video, 4K 60 timeline. Threadripper is still smoother. But, you know, like, the only time I notice Threadripper is better is like if I'm editing videos. For everything else that I do, I either cannot tell the difference or the 9950X3D just is better. So I really want to see AMD come out with a Threadripper that has at least one CCD with the X3D Vcache on it. A Zen 5 Threadripper, like a 24 core Threadripper with like 6 or 12 cores with Vcache, that would be ideal. Like, I would upgrade to that. I would buy one of those chips and drop it in my Threadripper motherboard immediately. Well, I don't know about immediately. I'd have to try to justify doing a Threadripper upgrade because Threadripper is not something that you're supposed to upgrade every generation. Like, you're supposed to... So, typically, people should not be upgrading every single generation. The only reason why I've gotten into the habit of upgrading every generation is because of the YouTube channel. So I can show you guys the new generation hardware. That's really the only reason. Before this channel, I never did this. I would hold on to my computer for like 3 years or 5 years. So it's completely different now with the channel. But when it comes to Threadripper, that is a high-end desktop workstation part. Typically, you don't mess with those computers once you build them. You keep them for at least 3 years, and you use them as they are. So I may not do anything with it. I may just keep it the way it is. But, I don't know. If AMD comes out with a Zen 5 Threadripper with some form of X3D on there, that's going to be so tempting to get. Because can you imagine Threadripper with its quad channel memory? We're talking quad channel memory with RDIMM error correcting memory. With 3D, with the gaming performance. Imagine a Threadripper with the gaming performance of a 9950 X3D. Imagine that. Imagine a server class hardware CPU capable of giving you the gaming performance of a 9950 X3D. That would be so tempting, man. That would be so tempting because it has the quad channel memory. It has so much memory bandwidth that you can just crush through Dragon's Dogma. You can crush through Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, that would be madness. That would be insane. I really wish AMD would see the light at the end of the tunnel and give us something like that, even if they produce it as like a limited run or whatever. Man, that would be so cool to get a Threadripper with X3D. They already have X3D in their Epic line. They have certain SKUs that have X3D. Can't they just bring like a 24-core version of that to the consumer high-end desktop, the AK Threadripper? Man, that would be so tempting to get if they did something like that. Yeah, the pricing on all that stuff is just crazy because of the way it is with supply. It's all economics. It's all supply and demand curves. And for those wondering, I'm not talking about Threadripper Pro. I'm talking about the regular Threadripper. Not Threadripper Pro. Threadripper Pro is Threadripper's expensive too. Threadripper Pro is like a whole nother level of expensive. So if someone if someone is complaining about the RTX 5090's price, they shouldn't even look at Threadripper. Like if someone thinks a 5090 is too expensive, do not look at the price of Threadripper. Like, do not look at that. Threadripper is a Maiar. Yeah, Threadripper is an Ishtari, guys. Threadripper is like a different class of being. It's not like humans, elves, and dwarves. Ryzen CPUs, Intel Core CPUs, ARM 64 CPU, Snapdragon CPUs, those are all like humans, elves, and dwarves, and orcs, and all that stuff. The Threadrippers are like Gandalf, and Saruman, and Sauron. It's a completely different class of being. Whole nother level. Completely different level. If we're using Lord of the Rings comparisons here. But man, that would be so tempting. A Threadripper. Threadripper as in its current form is like Gandalf the Grey. If they come out with a Zen 5 Threadripper with X3D, that's literally Gandalf the White. That is straight up Gandalf the White, man. Make it happen, AMD. Give us that Gandalf the White CPU. That would be insane. I guess no one cares about the Switch 2. There hasn't been any comments on this. I asked the chat earlier. Maybe somebody answered, but it's scrolled way past it. Yeah, Switch 2. Speaking of the Switch, Xenoblade Chronicles X is out this week. The remake or the remaster for the Switch is out. You want a Lenovo Go 2? Man, I wanted to play this one game. Where's the... Where is the thing? Like, why is their search so bad? Okay, this week in gaming? How do I go back to this week in games? This week in gaming. Okay, this week in... Yeah. Okay, this article. Do they have Xenoblade Chronicles on here? They don't. Instead, they have these other games. But Xenoblade Chronicles X, it was a really good game on the Wii U. Who here remembers the Wii U? Not the Nintendo Wii, the Nintendo Wii U. The successor to the Wii. That was probably one of Nintendo's shortest lived consoles. The Wii U had some really cool games on it. I know Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge. Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge was on the Wii U. And so was Fatal Frame, Maiden of Black Water. So it had some really good games. And then Xenoblade Chronicles X was on there. Xenoblade Chronicles X was on the Wii U. Well, this week, Xenoblade Chronicles X is now on the Switch. But I'm probably just going to wait for the Switch 2. I've been meaning to get that game, but at this point, I'm just going to wait for the Switch 2. And instead, we'll be covering Assassin's Creed Shadows. And we're also probably going to look at another game. They don't have it on here. Atelier Yumiya. We're probably going to play that as well. See how that runs on a 9070 XT. Because that is probably the hardest... who's the publisher for that? Like, I know... Koei Tecmo is the publisher. I forget who the developer. I think it's Gust, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that is another turn-based. Well, it's turn-based, but it's more like reactive turn-based. That game is supposedly much harder to run than all of their previous games. So I'm surprised with the games that have been coming out this year. They've all been at least the ones that I'm interested in. They're all incredibly challenging to run. They basically max out current gen hardware. You know, even the RTX 5090. If you want to play Monster Hunter at 4K native resolution, the only GPU that can pull that off consistently is the RTX 5090. The 5090 is the only one. And I'm like, man, so the 5090 is already at its limits, and it just came out in January. So these games are really, really pushing the hardware. Last year, Black Myth Wukong pushed graphics cards to the limit. Now we have games like Monster Hunter that push not only graphics cards to the limit, but they push CPUs beyond the limit. It literally requires AMD CPUs to go Super Saiyan 3 just to be able to handle that game. And then everything else barely manages to pull it off. Like, they barely scrape by. So, man. And then Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm very curious to see how this runs on higher-end hardware. We will be looking at it on Intel-based hardware tomorrow. But then after that, we'll probably look at some higher-end setups to see how it runs, how it scales with resolution and higher end hardware. And then Atelier Yumiya also supposed to be a hard game to run. Not super hard, not as hard as Assassin's Creed. It doesn't have any, as far as I know, it doesn't have any ray tracing or anything. But yeah, that's another one that is pretty hard to run, or relatively hard to run for how it looks. My 5090. Well, if you're on 4K. If you want to play Monster Hunter 4K, you'd need a 5090. Super Googly already showed that, like, because I don't have a 5090 to test, but I know from those results, the 5090 is kind of required if you want to play Monster Hunter at 4K native. 4K, even with the 5090, the 4K native is very hard to do. It's not 100% consistent. So, it's weird. The game is super hard to run. The 9950 X3D is sold out online everywhere. Is it? I know it's readily available at Micro Center. Now, I know not everyone has access to Micro Center, but it is actually very easy to get if you live near a Micro Center. I mean, I just checked this morning, and it's still in stock at most Micro Centers. They have lots and lots of them available. The Micro Center that I went to get mine on launch day, they had 390 CPUs for sale on launch day of the 9950 X3D. I think they had like 280 or 200 of the 9900 X3D. So yeah, those guys, Micro Center has it, but I don't know about everyone else. Yeah, Micro Center had a lot. And we're talking like each store. Each store had 300 plus. So, yeah. Yeah, because the games are getting harder and harder to run. That's why. The games are getting harder and harder to run. Basically, we've gotten to a point now where upscaling is becoming the de facto standard. We're moving into an era of gaming where upscaling is a required technology and you basically have to use upscaling. Especially if you're on 4K resolution. And most reviewers are playing games at 4K now. And a lot of the tech channels that don't do, like, I'm talking about game reviews. Like, people who review games, like IGN, GameSpot, a lot of the other smaller ones. Like, they're all using 4K. They all are gaming and reviewing at 4K.
Switch 2 day 1 for me, but I doubt I will use it much.
Yeah, I want to get one so I can go back and finish all the Xenoblade games. Because I couldn't bring myself to finish them on the original Switch. But those are pretty much the only games that I'm probably going to play on it. At least for now, when it comes out. But yeah, I'll probably get the Switch 2 day 1. We'll probably do some review content on it as well. I haven't touched my original Switch in a long time. I have a Switch from 2017. Just for people that were wondering. It's like one of the original ones. I didn't buy it on launch day. I think I bought it. The Switch came out in what month? March or April of 2017. I know it was like right after or right around the time when Ryzen came out and the 1080 Ti. The Switch is about the same age as Zen 1 and the 1080 Ti. Just put that into perspective for a second to give you guys an idea of how old it is. So the original Switch, I got mine, I want to say in like the summer. Like in June or July of 2017 was when I got my Nintendo Switch. So I don't have the Switch OLED or the Switch Lite. I don't have any of the newer ones. Mine is like one of the really old ones. Do I have any experience with mini ITX mode? That's a good question. The answer is no. Believe it or not, I have never built a ITX build. I have built a few M ATX. So I have done some micro ATX. I've never built a mini ITX. Actually, is it called mini ITX? Micro ATX and mini. Yeah, I guess it's mini ITX. Yeah, no, I've never built a mini ITX computer. I don't really see the value of small form factor builds. I mean, I understand they have their place. I personally don't do small form factor builds because if I'm doing, yeah, I know what it is, but I've never built one. To me, if I need a small form factor computer, I'm just going to use a laptop. So to me, MITX, MATX doesn't really make much sense. Like if I'm going to build a desktop, I want all my PCIe lanes, I want all my USB, I want all that stuff. I want everything, I want it all. So that's the reason why I don't do small form factor, because like, why do I need small form factor when I can just use a laptop with a docking station? You see what I'm saying? Like it's very hard for me to understand the use case of a small form factor desktop PC. I just don't understand it. It's cool. I mean, it doesn't have good airflow compared to a large tower case. I don't know. Small form factor is awesome for small apartments. Yeah, I mean, is it though? Because you still need the monitor and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't really buy that argument that small form factor is awesome for small apartments. Because, I mean, if you're doing things correctly, which in my mind means you put your computer on the floor. In my mind, the desktop belongs on the floor, not on the desk. It goes on the floor. That's number one. That's rule number one. In my house, the desktop goes on the floor, not on the desk. Now, I know some people might disagree with that, but that's how I do things. That's how I've always done things. And so every single one of my computers are on the floor. So all of them, Threadripper, this one, the 9950 XP, all of them on the floor. So if you're in a small apartment, your computer is still on the floor. So you still have the desk for the monitor. So because I personally feel like the monitor, if you're getting a 4K monitor, like a 32-inch OLED, that's going to take up more space than the actual desktop itself. The desktop will be wider, but it's not necessarily going to be taller or larger physically than the actual like length and height of the monitor. So, and the monitor goes on the desk. So I don't know. I don't really buy that argument that it's great for a small apartment. I mean, I guess, but not really, because if it was me, I would just have the computer on the floor, so it wouldn't be an issue. So I don't know. You have to cut corners with. Also, when you buy an ITX motherboard, you're not really getting, like what HDX is saying. You're not going to get all your PCIe. You're not going to get as many like SSDs, for example. You can't fit that many SSDs. These motherboards that I'm using, I can put 5 SSDs in them. 5 M.2s. The Godlike can fit 5 M.2s. The Hero, 5 M.2s. Threadripper, 8 SSDs. So you see what I'm talking about? Like, to me, a desktop is all about lots of storage, maybe multi-graphics cards, good airflow, good cooling, like the whole package. That, to me, is a desktop. Not some small thing that can only fit the GPU and maybe 2 SSDs. Why even bother when you can just get a laptop at that point? I would just get a laptop with a docking station, man. Docking station plus laptop. Thunderbolt 4 docking station is what I personally use. We're going to do some laptop content, but man, I got such a backlog now because I've been talking about the laptop stuff for a while. But we've had all these GPU launches and stuff and CPU launch. I'm going to show you guys like a desktop replacement setup and what that looks like. And it deals with a laptop and a docking station.
I emulated Xenoblade X Definitive Edition on my PC last night and I could do 16K resolution, output to 4K. Will definitely look better than Switch 2 or even Switch 3. I already bought the game on my Switch OLED.
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X is a really good game. As someone who is a huge fan of Monolith Soft's earlier games, now I'm not a huge fan of the Xenoblade franchise. I really like Xenogears and Xenosaga from the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 2 era. So I hope that someday someday we can get a remaster of the Xenosaga trilogy, that would be amazing. That's like the one remake or one remaster that I'm holding out for, hoping that someday, somehow, because the license agreement is all messed up because of Nintendo buying Monolith, like those games from the PS2 era were just like pure like sci-fi. It was a sci-fi epic. Like the Xenosaga trilogy was supposed to be like a 6-part epic, and they had to condense it down to 3 games because of budget constraints. So they kind of had to cram so much stuff into the third and final game. But man, I'm a huge fan of that franchise, and someday I hope that we can get a remaster, a definitive edition of the Xenosaga trilogy. That will be really nice to see at like 4K resolution sometime in the future. Yeah, but you have, okay, Switch OLED, yeah, I don't have a Switch OLED, but yeah, we'll see. I just, there's too many other games right now that I've been planning to play, like Assassin's Creed and Yumiya and still Monster Hunter, that I just, and I've already played Chronicles X back in the day on the Wii U, so to me it's like, oh, that's a nice to have. It's kind of like what happened with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I wanted to showcase Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on stream on the PC version of that game, but I had already beat the whole game and did everything in that game on the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro last year, to the point where it was like, it's kind of the similar situation with Xenoblade Chronicles X, where it's like, I already did all that stuff years ago on the Wii U. It's like, it's a good game, but I don't really have time to play it right now. Same deal with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I wanted to showcase it on PC, never got around to it. Just no time, and newer games are coming out. Yeah, these other games that are coming out, like Kaiser Punk, I don't know what this is. There's a Bleach game, MLB The Show, and Atelier, Yumiya. Yeah, this is the one. This is the game. We'll probably be looking at that too on probably the 9070 XT, if I had to guess which one to test this one on at 4K. This game shouldn't be insanely hard to run, but from what I have heard from some reviewers, this game is surprisingly harder to run. It's, at the very least, Yumiya is a harder game to run than the previous games, like the Ryza games. So, yeah, this one will be an interesting one to test. Also, this game has a very, very large open world. And I guess they kind of borrowed from Genshin Impact in terms of exploration and finding treasure chests and things on the field. And there's field abilities. There's motorcycle. So there's a mount system as well. The combat is more like reactive. Oh, yeah, they actually do have some screenshots. Yeah, so we'll be looking at this game too on stream, probably on the 9070 XT with the 9950 X3D. Yeah, that'll be probably the one that, this will be the game that we return to, the 9950 X3D, because the Assassin's Creed Shadows stuff, that's gonna be on like Intel and the Tech Thursdays computer, for example, and then we'll probably go back to 9950 X3D with the Atelier game. But those are the 2 games of March that I will be live streaming this month. Just to check my list here. There is one other game that's coming out next week, which we should probably look up the first Berserker Khazan system requirements. Okay. Why is it... Okay. So this is another game that I'm tossing around the idea of should I cover this game or not? Will I have time to cover this game? Who here is planning on playing Khazan? Okay, is anybody here going to be playing Assassin's Creed? Okay, we asked this question last time. I understand I guess there's the controversies around Assassin's Creed Shadows, but I don't fully understand why people are complaining so much because first of all, it's not supposed to be historically accurate. It's no different from anybody that's like making a movie that's inspired by something in the past, but it's actually not. It's more like historical fiction. So that's sort of the premise of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So I don't really understand why people are complaining about the political stuff about the game. I don't get it because it doesn't make any sense to me. The whole thing about the guy from Africa that's in the game that was brought over there as a slave from the Portuguese sailors, and then he ended up becoming a vassal of Nobunaga, and then later I think Hideyoshi, or no, he didn't actually become a vassal of Hideyoshi. He actually died in the fire with Nobunaga. He was defending him. He's actually in Neo 2, guys, and he's wearing samurai armor, and that's a game made by Japanese developers. So I don't understand why everyone's complaining about that. But either way, in any case, I will be covering Assassin's Creed Shadows on stream, and then we will also be looking at Atelier Yumiya, The Alchemist of Memories and the Envisioned Land. That was the full title of that game. So is anybody here going to be playing that? There's probably people that don't even know what that game is. And then the last game of this month is this one, the first Berserker Khazan. I have already played through the demo, so I already know how this game plays. This is very similar. The closest game that I can think of that's kind of like this.
I want to check out Inzoi as well.
Is that coming out now? Because I saw an article about Inzoi, but Inzoi is another one that looks really interesting. Inzoi looks like it's going to be really hard to run, though. Like, real hard to run. That's another one. Yeah, but see, the problem with Inzoi, if I start going down that rabbit hole, I don't know how I'll be able to handle all the other games. So that's why I'm trying to avoid Inzoi for a reason. But yeah, that looks like it's a pretty promising game, to be honest. That's going to, like, ruin the Sims franchise, potentially. Man, Inzoi looks like a game changer for the Sims genre. I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking, should I mention Inzoi or not? And then you went and mentioned it. So that one, I don't know if I'll cover that one, just because there's like all these other games, and I think Inzoi is such a big game that it's gonna be like, oh, that would be like if Genshin Impact like was coming out for the first time, you know, like drop everything else. So, but this one is kind of like Code Vein. If anyone here remembers Code Vein, that was Namco's attempt at making a Dark Souls game without From Software. It was okay. It was an okay game. I liked Code Vein. So this plays smoother than that game. That game was very clunky. This one plays a lot more like Lies of P and Stellar Blade in that sense. So this one is also a Korean developer making this game. So hence the reason why it feels kind of like Lies of P. It's a little bit faster paced than Lies of P. So that's, in some ways that's a good thing. But I don't know. It's basically a Dark Souls. It's a Souls-like game. And I don't know what you guys think about the Souls genre. I'm a huge fan of the genre. But I feel like we always get at least one or more Souls-like games nowadays. So last year we had, what was it? We had more than one, but the one that stands out to me is Stellar Blade. Even though Stellar Blade isn't really a Souls-like game, it's more like it's kind of like Nier Automata, if anything. And then the year before that, we had Lies of P, we had Lords of the Fallen. There was multiple games. And then last year we had the one from Team Ninja. I'm forgetting the name. Rise of the Ronin. Rise of the Ronin was kind of a Souls-like, but it's more like a Ubisoft open world. It feels like a Souls game, though, because it feels like you can't really just mash your way through opponents. I mean, you can in the early level, but later on you can't. And you definitely can't just hack and slash your way through the boss fights. You definitely cannot do that in Khazan. Just like you can't do that in Lies of P. So I feel like the challenge in Khazan is the boss fights, just like Lies of P. Whereas in some other Souls-like games, and this seems to be true for Korean-developed Souls-like games, the boss fights seem to be some of the most challenging content in those games. Whereas in other Souls-likes, it's not so much the boss fight being the hardest thing that you encounter. It's more the journey to the boss fight is most of the challenge. In a lot of other ones. Like Lords of the Fallen certainly felt like some of the encounters in that game on the way to the boss was more challenging than the actual boss itself. So it really just depends on how the game is designed. But the boss fights in Khazan, you cannot just button mash your way through them. So this game is definitely going to have to be played like Lies of P. You're going to have to do the parry mechanics. You're going to have to do the dodging and all that stuff and the blocking. Kind of like Stranger of Paradise. It also gave me a Stranger of Paradise vibe without the NPC allies that game offered. So yeah, Stranger of Paradise was also like, that was probably my favorite like Koei Tecmo Souls-like that was a collaboration between Square Enix and Koei Tecmo, because Koei Tecmo, I think Team Ninja developed it. Yeah, I think Team Ninja developed Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins. That was really, really good. Then they started doing stuff like Wolong Fallen Dynasty, which was okay. I mean, I still haven't finished Wolong. I'm close to the end of it, but I never got around to finishing Wolong. And then Rise of the Ronin was last year, and Rise of the Ronin was kind of boring. It was kind of boring. It's their best looking game, but it's bland. It just seems kind of bland compared to their older games. Like Neo and Neo 2. Neo 2 was like peak Team Ninja Souls-like. Like that is still by far my favorite Souls-like game that is not from Software. Like, but it's, well, I don't know, because I might also say Lords of the Fallen is my favorite Souls-like game that's not from Software. Winning Post 10, 2025. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I think I may have heard of it. I don't know what that is, actually. Winning Post. Oh, that's, yeah, I see what it is. It's a jockey game. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna play it. It comes out March. Oh, that comes out around the first Berserker. Yeah, basically what I have here listed, I have 4 games listed for March. 4 games listed for March. Rise of the Ronin, Atelier Yumiya, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and the first Berserker Khazan. Those are the 4 games that I have listed for March. And nothing else. When is the Inzoi game coming out? Does anybody know? I saw wasn't there an article on here? Yeah, Inzoi. Inzoi reveals pricing, free creative studio demo, and more. This game, if you're someone who likes The Sims or those type of games, or like survival, build your own base, build your own town, those type of, like what is it, Frostpunk 2, those games. Yeah, this game is probably gonna be for you. When is this coming out? Inzoi is March 28th. Wait, for real? Who here is going to play this? Who here is playing Inzoi when it comes out? I'm probably not going to. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of these type of games, like building a town, building like a group, like the Sims type games. I've never really been into those games. But I can see a lot of people really liking this type of game because the Sims franchise is very popular. This, I think, is going to eat that. It's going to eat Sims lunch. It's just going to eat Sims lunch, like overnight, unless it's so hard to run that, unless it's so hard to run that all those people playing The Sims on their Potato or their Pandemic PC, like they're not gonna be able to run this. Maybe that'll keep them away, but who knows? Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah, those simulation-based games. No Sims. Yeah, well. So hold on, this is coming on the 28th of March, for real? I thought this game was coming out like at the end of the year. March 27th. What? Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, let's just note this one down here. I don't know if I'm gonna play it. It comes out the same day as the first Berserker. Inzoi. Okay, I've noted that one down. Man, March has a lot of games though. A lot of big games this month. Atomfall. I don't even know what that is. What's Atomfall? Atomfall. UK developer Rebellion has shared the minimum system requirements needed. All they did was share the minimum. Basically, a computer that's so old that it wasn't even a Pandemic PC. Single player survival action. Okay, yeah, I know what type of genre this is. This is okay. So that Atelier game has elements of this, sort of. It has elements of the Inzoi game also because it has base building. You can build your town and stuff. So from what I've heard, that game has a lot of stuff in there. Man, March is a big game or a big month for games. This month closes out Q1 because I'm looking at my list here. So February had. In February, I noted down 2 games. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and Monster Hunter Wilds. Those were the only 2 games that I wrote down. Oh, there was a 3rd game I wrote down. There was a bunch of network tests in February, though. There was the Monster Hunter network test. There was the Night Rain, Elden Ring test. And then the other game that I wrote down here was, and we did cover it on stream, Trails Through Daybreak 2 on PC. That was out. That was also on console as well. So February had Trails Through Daybreak 2, Like a Dragon, and Monster Hunter Wilds. January had a whole bunch of games. Well, it had a bunch of games that were like originally on the console. Dynasty Warriors Origins, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PC, Tales of Graces F Remastered, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Yeah, so those 4. There was another one that I wrote down, I never got it. Synduality Echo of Ada, but that game was really bad, so I kind of dodged that one. So yeah, Q1 so far has been pretty solid. Lots of stuff. Inzoi is in Q1 of this year. That is very surprising because I have a feeling this game, even if it's just early access coming out at the end of this month, this is gonna take off. This game could potentially explode just like Pal World. When Pal World went early access back in January of last year, you guys remember Pal World? Remember how many people got into Pal World? I have a feeling Inzoi is going to be the next Pal World. It's going to be the next, like, phenomenon sensation. That, like, everyone just goes and jumps on the Inzoi bandwagon. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 was January. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was January. I played a bunch of that game. Ninja Gaiden. What did I do with it? Oh, I got it off of my favorites because I'm done playing it. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. I have exactly 50 hours in Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. 50 hours. Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza, 4.3 hours. So nowhere near as much playtime as the Ninja Gaiden. Dynasty Warriors Origins, 5.7 hours. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PC, 4 hours. The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak 2, 9 hours. Rise of the Ronin on PC, 2.9 hours. A lot of that I feel is just me talking to the chat the whole time. I feel like I didn't actually play that much of that game. Monster Hunter Wilds, 92.9 hours. So Monster Hunter Wilds is coming up on 100 hours of playtime for me. So that one takes the cake. In terms of my game time, Monster Hunter Wilds, already more playtime, almost double the number of hours of Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is at a distant second at 50 hours. Wow. That's my game time. So you add all those up, I've spent like 100, what is that, like 116, 120 something hours in 3 months. Well, in 2.5 months. This month is coming up, this is getting close to the end of this month. So in 1 quarter, I spent about 120 something hours playing games. That's not too bad. That's like, you divide, so 120 divided by 3. So that's like 40 hours per month. 40 hours, so that's almost like a 1 week. That's like a work week. Each month gaming. So I think that's probably average for that's not like a hardcore gamer. I don't think so. A hardcore gamer grinding like so much stuff in MMOs or League or Fortnite or whatever. Nah, man, those guys are probably pushing like 300 hours a month or 300 hours a quarter. 100 hours a month probably. But yeah, this Inzoi game. This game could be the next Pal World. Or if it goes public release, it could be the next Baldur's Gate 3. Who knows? I don't know. It's one of those games that I feel like a lot of people will be interested in this. A lot of people that aren't even hardcore gamers might be into this game. You had over 436 days on WoW. That's way more than I have in Final Fantasy 14, I'll tell you that. That's way more. Okay. Yeah, that's way more. I have probably like 60 days. I probably have like 60, 70 days of playtime in Final Fantasy 14. And that's like the only MMO that I occasionally go back to. But I've just become a casual in that game now. I basically I sub back to the game, do the new expansion, do the end game expansion content. Then I basically like quit the game. Like right now, like Final Fantasy 14 just got a patch this past Tuesday. Like 2 days ago, patch 7.2 came out. 7.2 is now in the game. Seekers of Eternity. Well, I don't want to go to I want to just go to the patch notes. Where's the patch notes? Give me the patch notes, guys. What do they do to their website? Anyway, Final Fantasy. This is another game that I need to go back to, but it's like, and they literally just went Cyberpunk 2077. They went all in on Cyberpunk 2077 style, and I'm like, man, do I really want to go into this game again? Because there's like so many other newer games, but now would be the time for me to go back to Final Fantasy 14 because the next normal, the second raid tier of the 8-man raid is out now. So I kind of need to go back in, but it's like, just do the weekly. But it's like, I'm already doing Monster Hunter Wilds weeklies. This is the reason why I quit Genshin. And Star Rail. I quit all the gacha games. I don't play any gacha games right now. Well, I only ever played like 2, and only one at a time. So I was either playing Genshin, or if I wasn't playing Genshin, I was playing Star Rail. So I would flip between the two of them. Currently, I'm playing neither one of them. So, but it's like, okay, I don't play the live service gacha games anymore, but you know what? Now this game is trying to get me to come back in because they literally just did the 7.2 patch. So they basically now have like all this new content. And I'm already behind because I haven't done any of the 7.1 content. Like the story of 7.1, I haven't done any of it. And that was like, what, November of last year? So, or December or something? Like, I'm so behind already that it's like, is there even a point in me going back? Like, I already had, I capped my gear from the 7.0. And it's like, now there's the next tier for the people that don't do Savage, because I haven't done the Savage. I'm not going to bother committing to learning to do the Savage fights when there's all these other games. So you see what I'm saying? So, and then we have to balance all this with the tech-related stuff on the channel. So there isn't really any time. There's just no time for me to be playing this. That's all it comes down to. You still haven't finished 7.0? Yeah, so you're even more behind than I am. Because I finished 7.0, then I did the extreme fights. So I fought the Zoologia EX, I fought Valigarmanda EX, and then I did not do Savage at all. I did the normal 8-man raid. Then when 7.1 came out, I did not do the story. All I did was the 24-man weekly raid. And I did that for like 3 or 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And then I quit the game again. So it's like, that's basically how I handle Final Fantasy XIV. And I imagine that there's a lot of casuals that handle this game in a very similar fashion to the way I handle the game. Because I don't have time for Savage. I just do not have the time to get with 7 other people and learn the fight and then just prog it and do all that stuff. I used to do that like way back in Gordius and Midas, back in like Heaven's Sword, when that was supposedly that was when it was like really hard. But I just don't have time anymore. It's fun raiding, like doing endgame raid content is very fulfilling in this game. But the thing is, if you want to play a fulfilling game, go play Elden Ring or go play, like you don't have to team up with 7 other people and commit to like 3 hours, 4 hours of playtime to prog through one fight with minimum item level when the raid is new. I mean, eventually what I'll do is I'll go back and do the Savage fight once it's like no longer relevant and it's like super easy because you have way better gear. That's typically how I've done the last several expansions, or to the point where I'll just solo it. But I don't know, like scaling doesn't work at the higher levels in this game. Although you can solo Alexander, you can solo some of the Stormblood Savage fights, not all of them, but most of them, or yeah, some of them. Yeah, so yeah, Final Fantasy 14. This is really the only MMO. The only reason why we're talking about this is because somebody mentioned WoW. Because Leo was like over 436 days of WoW. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. How many days do I have in Final Fantasy 14? I got like 63 days or something in Final Fantasy 14. So, of playtime. So I guess maybe this is the most played game for me. Because Monster Hunter World is like at almost 1,000 hours, but this is like way more than 1,000 hours. So, You haven't even started 7.0? Well, yeah, I know. That's the problem. Like, this is so many things. But they literally just came out with the big patch. Seekers of Eternity is out. And, oh, wait. What am I talking about? I'm completely wrong. I thought it was out... I thought it was out this week. It's next week. Wait, what? I thought it was out this week. When was this one then? November 12th. Crossroads. Okay, so I was wrong. It's next week. Okay. For some reason I thought it was 2 days ago. That means it's next Tuesday, not this past Tuesday. Okay, well that's good. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna be able to get around to it. that doesn't change anything. That doesn't change anything. But yeah, so I think that's pretty much it for this stream, guys. Even more stuff for March. Yeah, technically this, but I don't have any time for this. Like, thankfully, April, things should cool down. Because I'm looking at April now. I only have one game listed for April. Do you guys know what that game is? What game in April are you guys going to play that's new? There's one game that I have listed for April. Who here wants to take a guess at what that game is? Guess the game that I will be streaming in April. It's the only game. Because it's the only game in April, though, that I'm looking forward to, that should give me time to either try getting caught up on Final Fantasy or, I don't know, doing more Monster Hunter content. The thing is, Monster Hunter, I'm basically kind of farmed out on Monster Hunter right now. I just do weeklies at this point, and then I'm waiting for the content patch. No, Assassin's Creed is like literally today. It's not Assassin's Creed. Last of Us Part 2, no. Wait, Last of Us Part 2 is next month? Is it? Oh yeah, I guess it is. No, it's not Last of Us Part 2. It comes out on the 24th. So it's toward the end of April. Kingdom Come is not April, is it? No, it's a game that comes out in April. It's not a game that's already out now. Co-op Dark Souls. First of all, that game is not called Co-op Dark Souls. And second of all, that game does not come out in April. So no, it's not that game. I know what game you're talking about, but it's not that game. Benjamin got it. Benjamin got it. Expedition 33. There it is. This game. This is the game. Congratulations, Benjamin. You got it. Apparently, either you watch a lot of my live streams, because I've been talking about this game in many, many live streams and how it's one of my most anticipated games of the year. And I think this one has a shot at Game of the Year. From what I have seen, this one can potentially be Game of the Year. At least narrative-wise, it's very, very good. So, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. This is a day one purchase. This is the sort of game that I definitely plan to play all the way to completion upon getting this game. Meaning, you guys know what that means. That means that this is a game that will take priority. It will get a priority slot in terms of my time management, and it will get completed. I will play it to completion. It's not going to end up like Dynasty Warriors Origins, which I barely did anything, or Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza only has 4.3 hours of playtime. Dynasty Warriors Origin has 5.7 hours of playtime. Those are both new games that came out in Q1, and I didn't get very far in either one of those games. So this is definitely not going to end up like Dynasty Warriors Origins. No, this game will end up like Monster Hunter Wilds in terms of it gets fast-tracked to completion and it gets full priority. So this one and Monster Hunter are my two most anticipated games of this year for games that I have known about since last year. Now, the only other game, so once this game comes out, the only other game that will be my remaining most anticipated game of this year is Ninja Gaiden 4. But Ninja Gaiden 4, I only found out about it in January because Team Ninja kept it a secret. They kept it a secret until they revealed the trailer back in January at PlayStation State of Play. So, or was it Xbox? No, it was Xbox. It was Xbox developer. I want to clarify because Xbox and Team Ninja used to have a really strong partnership back in the Itagaki days. So, yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4, Expedition 33, and Monster Hunter Wilds are my three big games. Now, I guess if I had to add a fourth game, it would probably be the co-op Dark Souls game. Co-op Dark Souls, that comes out in May. That is the end of May. So it's like a month after Expedition 33 comes out, then that comes out. Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, yeah, that one I will probably play it, but I'm not like I'm not a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. So Metal Gear, like Snake Eater, I will probably get that game and play that game, but I'm not like super hyped about that. This is Unreal Engine 5. Yes, this is UE5. But this game is hype, man. This game is hype. This game is good. They did recently, the developers allowed some game reviewers and live streamers to showcase a demo build of this game. I really hope that they make that demo publicly available at some point soon, so that a lot of people can try it out and get a feel for the game. But yeah, this game, for those that don't know, the studio that's making this game, they've never made a game before. Several of the people that were working on this game or made this game, they have worked in the game industry in various other game companies, but they basically all kind of came together and made this game. And the game, you would never, if I never said that, people who see this game are probably never going to imagine or never assume that this game is made by a third-party indie developer that has never made another game before. This is literally their first game. So, but this game is like top tier. It's good. So, they're delivering. What I don't understand is how they manage to get some of the voice cast that they have. They have like AAA voice actors and voice actresses for this game. So just to name a few of them, Ben Starr, the guy who voiced the English VA for Clive, the main character from Final Fantasy 16, he is a voice actor in this game. The voice actress who did Shadowheart's voice from Baldur's Gate 3, she voices one of the main protagonists in this game. They have like a whole bunch of others. I forget some of their names, but they have like a top tier English voice cast for this game. Now the game is made by a French developer studio. So there is going to be the English audio and then there's the French audio. We will be playing the game with the English audio. But yeah, this is going to be, if you guys, let me just say this. If you guys are interested in turn-based RPGs, this should definitely be on your radar. If you like old school RPGs with overworld maps where you run on the actual world map and you explore not only in the level areas but on the world map itself, this game has that. This game has that old school feel of playing an SNES Final Fantasy game from back in the 90s. They bring that into the modern era with Unreal Engine 5 level graphics. So, and it's reactive turn-based. And boy, let me tell you, if you want a challenge, if you want to play a turn-based game that is more challenging than anything you've ever played from the turn-based genre, this game on expert difficulty is insanely hard. Insanely hard. So I can't wait. This game has the perfect guarding, it has the dodging, it has the Sekiro gameplay, it has the turn-based, it has the Final Fantasy feel, it has that world building, the lore, the exploration, the music, it has the whole package. It has all the stuff that you expect from a top tier RPG while not actually being made by a AAA studio. So we will be streaming this next month, about a month from now. It comes out April 24th. If you're a fan of RPGs, this should be on your short list for games in 2025. The only other one that I can think of, if you're someone who did not play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth last year on PlayStation 5, it is now available on PC. But that's not going to win any awards for this year because it already won its awards last year. So that game won't even be mentioned going forward, even though it's out on PC now. So, Trails Through Daybreak 2 is one game that will rival this one. I don't think it's going to really do much. It's more niche than this, even though this is like a new IP. And then Atelier Yumiya, the Alchemist of Memories and the Envisioned Land. That game comes out today. That's another one that is a turn-based RPG with reactive action elements, similar to Expedition 33. But Atelier is an Atelier game. It has crafting. It has base building. So if you like survival base building and Genshin Impact style exploration, field exploration, and using alchemy to craft things, you're probably going to gravitate toward the Atelier game. Also, if you like that cel-shaded anime graphics look, that's the Atelier Yumiya style. If you like graphics that are more like based off of real human models, you're probably going to like this game more. So either way, I think first half of 2025 has some really, really solid RPGs. Really, really good RPGs coming out. All in the scope of like 60 days of each other. It's crazy. So technically the Yakuza game, well, no, that Yakuza game's an action game, so never mind. Yeah. So this one is going to get a lot of attention from this channel. So, so that's pretty much it. Expedition for April. And the Elden Ring Night Rain will be May. Dune Awakening is also May. I don't know if I'm going to cover that game. So that is one that I'm aware of. I don't know if we'll cover it. We may not even cover it. So, I mean, I just play the games that I like. So if the game appeals to me, I'll cover it on stream. If it doesn't, I don't even play it. It's that simple. So we will be covering Expedition 33. We may or may not cover Dune Awakening, but we will be covering Elden Ring Night Rain. 100% we will be shifting focus as we go into the summer. At the end of May, we will be covering Elden Ring Night Rain on this channel. And then after that, I have nothing. There's like nothing else listed. Oh, Metal Gear. I have noted down Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater for August. Depending on what's going on in August, I may or may not cover that. And then whenever Ninja Gaiden 4 comes out toward the end of the year, I will definitely cover Ninja Gaiden 4. But that's basically it for the games on this channel. So if we get to a point where there's like no gaming activity, that opens the door for Final Fantasy 14 or Genshin Impact or one of those guys to make a big comeback. So Genshin Impact, we will cover probably the summer event. And we will, I don't know what they're going to do because I don't know if Snezhnaya is coming out in the summer or if they're doing that, if they're doing something weird and they're not doing it. Regardless, there will be, at some point, there will be Genshin Impact on this channel again, just not for a long time. So if you're a huge fan of Genshin Impact, we rarely cover that game. We did cover Genshin Impact back in December and January because there was like nothing else. I remember CES was happening, and like right before CES, I was doing a lot of Genshin Impact content, and then like Dynasty Warriors came out, and then Ninja Gaiden 2 Black came out. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black made me quit Genshin Impact. Like as soon as Ninja Gaiden 2 came out, it's like Genshin Impact is gone. Genshin Impact, get out of here. You're gone. So that's how quick it is sometimes for me to make those changes. Hell Is Us coming out September 4th, and it looks amazing. Oh, I didn't know that was coming out this year, really. Hell Is Us. Oh, that's the one that has the nobodies from Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, Hell Is Us is the game that has the nobodies from Kingdom Hearts 2. Anyone who plays Kingdom Hearts 2, they know what a nobody is in that game. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Hell Is Us has UE5 looking nobodies from Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3. That's hilarious. Wow, that game really does come out September 4th. Okay. That is a very good looking game. That's probably going to be a really hard game to run. It says it needs a 3080. It needs a 3080 or a 6700. It basically says you need to have a 12 gigabyte minimum graphics card for 1080p. Oh man, yeah, that's another one. That's gonna be another one. That's another crisis. That's another crisis waiting to happen. There are so many crisis games that are coming out this year. Monster Hunter Wilds is currently the world's latest crisis. So it's like instead of saying can it run Crisis, can it run Monster Hunter? It's like, but can it run Monster Hunter? That's Monster Hunter is the 2025 edition of Crisis. Interesting. Oh, I'm just reading, Mike, I'm reading your comment on the better than Hub, GN amazing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, if you guys want the channel, if you want to help the channel grow, it's very simple stuff. Just get subscribed to the channel, hit the like button. You know the drill. I don't like to nag people, but if you guys want this channel to build more visibility and gain more of an audience in the tech space, you just got to do the basic things. Like the video, like the live stream, subscribe to the channel. That's all there is to it. Will this game... Which game? You're talking about Expedition 33? Yes, Expedition 33 will be on console. It'll be on PlayStation 5. Lost Souls Aside is coming out the same time. Yeah, so... Okay, hold on. Let's see. Hell is... well, Hell Is Us. Is there like an article on here? It's too far out, probably. So let's do... Hold on. What is that one game? Somebody just... Hold on. Oh, yeah. Lost Souls. Actually, just go to WCCF Tech because they do a better job on these, on the game stuff. Lost Souls Aside. Yeah, this is another one that I'm very interested in. But I don't know if I'm going to play it because it comes out around the same time as Elden Ring Night Rain. See, the problem that this game is going to run into... This game is going to end up in the same situation that Horizon Forbidden West ran into. Horizon Forbidden West came out, and then like shortly after it, Elden Ring came out. So everyone just kind of completely forgot about Horizon. The same thing can happen here. It depends, though, because not everybody's going to play Elden Ring Night Rain, because Elden Ring Night Rain is a co-op game. And some people want to play that single-player experience, and I think this game is going to deliver on that. So this game, yeah, ooh, this game is hard to run too. This game requires a 5070 Ti or a 9070 XT if you're going to be playing it at... Oh, it doesn't actually say... Never mind. It doesn't say the resolution. It just says... This is not helpful. This is not helpful. Like, okay, what's the resolution here? Is this like 720p? And is this one supposed to be 4K or something? Like, that's very helpful. Yes, that's wonderful. Running it up to 500... No, that's some related story. This is... Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. So it's like they copy-pasted the Assassin's Creed stuff and didn't put the resolutions in and just like, hey, let's stick a 50 series GPU on this list because there's no 50 series GPUs. This, I assume that it's scaling with resolution. They just don't list it here. Recommend the MSI Carbon or MSI MPG Edge. The Carbon's better than the Edge. The Carbon's higher end. It'll have probably more useful PCIe slots or something along those lines. Or more USB or whatever. In a nutshell, the Carbon's better. I don't know if the Edge even has the postcode debug. The Carbon does. The Carbon's more of a flagship board. Nvidia was recommending the 5090 for 720p and Half-Life 2 in the 1080p settings for native. Are the features on the MSI Carbon identical to the Azurek Nova and Taichi? Mostly, yes. But, yes, mostly, not really. There are differences. It has a postcode? Okay, but it's probably something that doesn't have that the Carbon has. The Carbon is more expensive, which means it's typically going to have something like an X4 slot or something that a streamer needs, you know? The Edge might be missing that. See, I'm the type of person, like, I have analyzed all the motherboards over and over and over again to the point where I can literally look at a motherboard and I can tell you who that motherboard is for. Like, I can look at a motherboard, I'm like, okay, this motherboard is for a live streamer. This motherboard is for a person who wants to do production. This motherboard is for a gamer. This motherboard is for... And when I say gamer, I mean someone who does not live stream. They just play the games. You know, so, like, I can look at a board and I can immediately, zoom in. And I'm like, okay, I know exactly what type of person this motherboard is for. And the Carbon is more... So the Carbon... X870 Carbon. The Carbon has something special. Let's see what it has. It has... It's even more special than I imagined. Look at that. It has an X4 from the CPU. I would have never guessed that. It has an X4 from the CPU. Unfortunately, it's not an X8. It's an X4. Hold on. What does that even mean? Like, they've got... What? They gotta have some kind of, like, lane sharing or something going on. Like, they've got a CPU X4... They have a chipset X4. Then they have 2 Gen 5 SSDs. That's impossible without lane sharing or bandwidth sharing, which MSI is known to do. But if I remember correctly, they don't do bandwidth sharing on the Carbon. They do bandwidth sharing on the Tomahawk and the Godlike, but not the Carbon. And unless this is a newer Carbon. And then they have the 2 chipset ones. So there's some kind of lane sharing. There's some... Because it's like, okay... 16 to the GPU, 4 to the USB 4, 4 to the SSD. So where is the second SSD getting its speed? It must be either sharing bandwidth with the USB 4 or it is taking lanes from the graphics card. I think it takes lanes from the graphics card. Yeah, right here. Right here. PCIe graphics card and the second slot and the M2 M.2 2_2 share the yeah, I knew it. Okay, so this could have been an X8, but instead they only take 4 of the lanes and they give the remaining 4 lanes to the second M.2. But both of these things take lanes from the graphics card. That's how it works. So but if you have a Gen 5 GPU, sharing lanes doesn't really matter, so it's not a big deal at the end of the day, provided you have a Gen 5 GPU. So like a 9070 XT, for example, like 9070 XT, any of the 50 series cards, this doesn't really matter anymore, sharing the lanes. Oh, you have a 4070 Ti. Oh, too bad. Yeah, that one, nope, that one will get cut in half. That one will be at half bandwidth. If you use the second slot or the second M.2, doesn't matter which one or both. As soon as you install an SSD in here, doesn't matter what speed the SSD is, it's going to drop the GPU to X8 automatically. Guaranteed 100% it will drop it. So you'll get 8 lanes of Gen 4 on that GPU. Heavy CG rendering 3D work stuff. Probably Threadripper, to be honest, but you could use a 9950X or a 9950X 3D. The motherboard is gonna be like, what are you gonna install on the motherboard besides storage? Does that CG rendering application scale with GPUs, with multi-GPU? Aorus Pro with 9950X, 3090 MSI Trio. Max 2 GPU. Well, then you're gonna want a GPU. You're gonna want a motherboard that has X8 slots, the coveted X8 slot or the rare X8 slot. So that would be. Let's list all the motherboards that have X8 slots. Oh, finally we can bring out paint. Finally, someone asked a question that is worthy of paint. We should say best X870E motherboards for 3D rendering. This is an enthusiast channel, so we're only going to recommend X870E. No, none of that peasant B850 stuff. X870 maybe because it guarantees all the lanes are Gen 5 that are CPU lanes. I know Gigabyte, we just went over how Gigabyte was like, hey, if you're buying a Gigabyte board, all the B850s have the full 16 lane or the Gen 5 lanes, but you know, you'd have to read into that more. I'd have to double check them on that just to make sure. But with this, I don't have to think about it. So all the ones that have the X8. So you guys tell me which motherboards have the X8 slot. I'll give you guys one. X870E or the MSI Meg X870E Godlike. That one has the X8. This is the only one that literally has everything though. So, it's like, I'll give you guys one. It's a pretty easy answer. The Godlike has all of the stuff. So that one definitely is on the list. But besides that one, what else? Nova's not on the list. No. Nova doesn't have the X8 slot. We're talking about ones for dual. Okay. This is the hint. So we're looking for motherboards that allow you to do this. The Nova cannot do this. Tai Chi can do this. This is where the Tai Chi moves in front of the Nova. ASRock X870E Tai Chi. Yes, it's on the list. Yes, the Crosshair Hero. Asus ROG X870E Crosshair Hero. Yes, that one's on the list. The ProArt, yes. The Asus, I almost said ROG. ProArt X870E. Is that what it's called? X870E ProArt? Asus X870E ProArt? Is that the name? Yes, someone got it. The Gigabyte X870E Aorus Extreme AI Top. What a name. That one has the X8. So, is that all of them? We're not talking about Xeon. We're talking, the title says X870E. There's no Xeon on X870E. That's not a valid entry. So dual X8 means it doesn't do lane sharing. No, that doesn't mean that it's, this is literally the definition of lane sharing. It means it does do lane sharing. The question was, what are the best motherboards, the X870E motherboards, for 3D rendering? Should have put a question mark here. It's a question. So basically, the hint is that the application for 3D rendering can scale across multiple graphics cards, which means you want a motherboard that has dual X8 so that you're not bottlenecking the graphics cards. Meaning you don't want a Nova, because a Nova, if you go with Nova, the Nova has, if this is the Nova, the Nova Wi-Fi has an X16, and then it has an X1, and it has an X2. Now this is a full X16 physical slot, but it's only 2 lanes of bandwidth. So you have, yes, there's no lane sharing, because this is 16 lanes. This is 1 lane, and this is only 2 lanes. So if I wanted to run a second graphics card, I could install it down here, because this is an open-ended slot, which means you could still fit a full GPU here. It will work. There's nothing to hold it in place, so it's not a good idea, especially if you're not using the screws on the case. But you can technically install a second GPU in here, but you're only going to be running at 1 lane of speed, which means your GPU is going to be severely bottlenecked, because this is Gen 3. This is Gen 3. This one is Gen 5. So you can see where the Nova falls short. If you want to do something like this, the Nova is not the best choice. So even though it's an S-tier board, like I said in the video, what determines the motherboard is your actual individual use case. Not just because this motherboard is an S-tier motherboard doesn't mean that it's going to be like the de facto, oh, it doesn't matter, don't think about it, just buy it. Just buy it. No, that's people who interpret it that way, they misunderstood the part of the video where I talk about how at the end of the day, I say this at the end of the video, it's going to come down to your individual use case. How are you going to use the computer? In general, this fits 90 to 95% of the average person building a computer's use case. However, there are these specific edge scenarios where someone would be better served with an alternative choice. And it just so happens that all of these motherboards are relatively expensive motherboards. The lowest price one on this list is going to be the ASRock Taichi. So if we're going to cost optimize from the list, the optimal choice from a performance price ratio is going to be the ASRock Taichi at $449. Someone's probably asking, well, why not Asus ProArt? Asus ProArt is an okay choice. The difference between the Taichi and the ProArt is what? Who can tell me the difference between why am I saying the Taichi is a better choice over the ProArt? First of all, it's a little bit cheaper than the ProArt, but what is the other reason? ProArt doesn't have a postcode. The Taichi has a postcode debug. No, they have the same dual 8. There's really no difference with the PCIe. Both of them achieve this requirement. So that's not right. The difference is this has a postcode debug. This does not have a postcode debug. I do not recommend buying motherboards that do not give you ways to debug issues that may arise. SSD amount, 4 SSDs. 4 SSDs. They both have 4 SSDs on the board. If we're talking Taichi and ProArt, because those are the lowest cost options on this list. The other ones are more expensive, significantly more expensive, especially in the case of the Godlike. So the Godlike is the only one that can literally do everything. It can literally do it all. You need dual GPUs, it can do dual GPUs. You need 5 SSDs, it can do 5 SSDs. In fact, it can do 7 SSDs. So you need 10 gig LAN, it has 10 gig LAN. So you need an X4 slot for a capture card, it has an X4 slot for a capture card. So the Godlike is the only motherboard that has like every single thing checked off in terms of like any kind of use case. Someone's saying the Crosshair is better than the Godlike. Give me reasons why the Crosshair is better than the Godlike, in your opinion, because that's an opinionated statement. That's not an objective statement. Because we can start picking that comment apart. But I'm not going to do that here. I'm not going to embarrass people. Tell me why the Crosshair, in your opinion, is better. You're not saying it's better. You're saying Crosshair is greater than Godlike? Or are you saying Crosshair to Godlike? Okay, why? What is the reason? Give me reasons why you would get it over the Godlike. Godlike is way over. Okay, that's one reason. Is that the only reason? Price? There's a reason why the Godlike's more expensive, though. But regardless, both of them are overpriced. Because the Hero cannot do everything. The Hero's missing some things. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. But if it's best of the best and it is no competition... Like I said, the Godlike is the only motherboard on this list that has everything. Meaning it's the only motherboard that can checkmark every single thing that someone could ask. The Hero can do almost everything. Okay, guys, what is one thing that the Godlike has that the Hero does not have? Give me one thing. Tell me one thing that the Godlike has that the Hero does not have. This is a very easy one. What is one thing the Godlike has that the Hero does not have? No. 10 gig. Exactly. The Godlike has 10 gig built in. Okay, yes, that's another thing that's different. 10-layer PCB. Yes, it's the dashboard. Okay, that's another thing. So there are things that it has that the Hero doesn't have. The one thing that sticks out to me is the 10 gig LAN. That one definitely sticks out. The other thing that the Godlike includes is the dual X4 Gen 5 NVMe PCIe add-in card. So you can add 2 more Gen 5 SSDs into the X8 slot. So you can run a total of 7 SSDs on the Godlike. 7 SSDs on the Godlike. The Hero had that too if you had X670E. The X870E Hero does not come with that add-in card. It doesn't include that add-in card. I have an MSI Tomahawk that is good. The fact that this is a modular card, though, is very useful. That's a very nice add-in from MSI. You do not get that with the X870 Hero. Now, the X870E Hero has that, but it's integrated on the board. So, it's like technically, yeah, the Hero does kind of have the add-in card. It's not external, though. It's internal. So, it's like, it's nice that it has it in the board. That is nice. But it's on the board. It's not like separate. So, meaning the Godlike, so if you're running actual Gen 5 SSDs, the Godlike will have better cooling for those 2 SSDs that are using the add-in card versus the Hero, where if you're populating it with Gen 5 SSDs on the board, they're going to run really hot because those 2 Gen 5 SSDs are stuck underneath the graphics card. They're getting all that hot air, and they themselves are generating a lot of hot air. So that's why it's not ideal on the Hero to do something like that. Even though those are rated for Gen 5. Those are Gen 5 lanes that share lanes with the graphics card on the Hero. So anyway, but this was a really, really good question because this shows people that it's not like, okay, just because the Nova is an S-tier board doesn't mean like just blindly choose the Nova and don't think about it. You got to think about how you're actually going to use the computer in the long run. Like, because oftentimes people don't need stuff like the Godlike because it's stupid expensive and it has things that not everybody's going to need. Like, who is actually going to benefit from the 10 gig LAN? Like, it's like, okay, it has 10 gig LAN, but are you actually going to benefit from the 10 gig LAN? You're not going to have 10 gig internet speed. So it's like, do you have a home network that is all 10 gig LAN connected? Are you connected to a 10 gig NAS, for example? Like, do you actually need the 10 gig LAN? That's the thing. Like, if you don't need it, then it's pointless. Do you need the X4 slot? You know, like this has an X4 slot for a capture card or for something. Like if you wanted to run, I don't know, let's say like SFP plus based optical networking. Like if you wanted to do this, guess what? You can do this with the Godlike. You can buy an X4 slot network card and plug this into the X4 slot on the Godlike. So the Godlike has features that people don't even know that they would never use. You know, like they don't even know about this stuff because they would never use that. Yeah, if you're connecting directly to PC, but if you're connecting to 2 PCs, you do realize that if you're connecting a PC to another PC, both of those computers need to have 10 gig LAN. So it's like, okay, if the Godlike has 10 gig LAN, does the other computer also have 10 gig LAN? You know what I'm saying? So it really, you know, like, there's a lot of stuff to think about there. But the thing, all I'm saying is that with these motherboards, within this group of motherboards, the Godlike is a motherboard that if somebody buys the Godlike and they end up spending that much money on a motherboard, they can rest assured that that motherboard literally has every single feature that they could possibly even imagine that they may need or may not even know they need, or it has features that they will probably never ever use, or are completely ignorant and oblivious to the fact that they can do things that they don't even know it can do. See, so that's like the one-off motherboard that's just kind of there, you know, like, okay, it has every single thing. It has 10 gig, it has dual GPU, it has X4, it has 5 M.2 plus 2 more M.2, you know, like plus the 5 gig LAN. Also, it's 10 gig plus 5 gig. It's a dual network, so it's like all those USB-Cs on the back, all those 20 gig USB-C, the USB 4, the USB 10 gigs. You know, like it's got like all these things that someone may never even use, like even half of those things. So it's what I call complete overkill for not probably a good 97% of people that are building computers. So the Tai Chi is a much more balanced choice in terms of its price point. It's less than $500. This is a $450 motherboard. It has 4 M.2s, so it's got your standard M.2 count for X870E. It has dual GPU capability, and that's dual Gen 5 GPU capability, I might add. And then it also has 5 gig LAN. It has lots of USB on the back, but it's mostly USB-A. It only has the 2 USB 4, so it only has dual USB-C, which is USB 4. So there's stuff like that, you know, like if you're someone who needs a lot of USB-C, the Tai Chi is probably not going to be a good choice, but it's definitely a lot more cost effective. So, and then the Hero is kind of, this is a nice motherboard for overclockers. So I'll be honest, like for overclocking, this is very nice because it has, the way Asus's toolkit is set up for overclockers, I think they do the best job overall if you're into overclocking. Now, it's not like you can't overclock on the others. We are going to be doing overclocking content on the Nova real soon, so stay tuned for that. But the Hero has things that Asus has developed over the years that are very helpful to overclockers. So if you're someone who is really into overclocking, the Hero is a good choice. The Hero is also a very good choice for productivity, though. It can do dual Gen 5 GPUs, just like the Godlike and the Tai Chi and these other two. It does not have 10 gig LAN. That is probably one of its largest drawbacks, because $700 spent should give you a 10 gig LAN. So the fact that this has no 10 gig at $700 is a huge red flag for a lot of people, because if you're spending $700 on a motherboard from Gigabyte or MSI, you're getting 10 gig LAN. If you're spending $700 from Asus, you should be getting 10 gig LAN, but you're not getting 10 gig LAN. So that is a huge glaring negative on the Asus Hero. You need to understand the point, though. If you're spending $700, do you think you should spend $700 on a motherboard and not get 10 gig LAN when other people are offering, other vendors are offering a $700 motherboard and they are giving you not one, but 2 10 gig LANs? So the people that are, so you're saying like, okay, how many people actually use 10 gig LAN? Yeah, I know. But like, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying if you're going to spend $700 on a motherboard, which one seems to make more sense from a value standpoint? From a value for money standpoint, which one makes more sense? A $700 Extreme AI top with dual 10 gig LAN, or a $700 Hero with no 10 gig? Does it feel like, does that feel like a good use of money? $700 on a Hero and you're getting no 10 gig LAN? When you can take that same exact amount of money, go buy the Gigabyte instead and get not one, but 2 10 gig LAN? See what I'm saying? So, think about that. That's the most glaring criticism of the Hero. There's a lot of people on tech forums all over the internet that complain about the Hero's price while also not offering a 10 gig LAN. So it's about value, guys. Like, if you don't care, if you're just gonna like drop $700 on a motherboard, you're never gonna use 10 gig LAN. I hope you're an overclocker. Otherwise, this is probably not the best choice. You know, just saying. That being said, the Hero is still a solid choice for productivity. It's just, I don't know. I do kind of think in some ways Gigabyte is offering a better choice for the same amount of money for productivity, because you getting dual 10 gig LAN, which means you can run one 10 gig to a NAS. You can run the second 10 gig. Well, I guess you run the second 10 gig to the internet, which you're probably not going to get 10 gig internet speed. But the point is you're getting like dual 10 gig. So for productivity, the Aorus Extreme AI Top does seem like in a productivity environment, the 10 gig LAN comes in clutch. Like, it's clear to me when people, just reading some of the comments, like I can tell the people who do productivity with their computer and people who don't. It's very clear by reading the comments, you know. I can tell who is actually using a computer for work-related stuff versus who is only playing games or whatever. Like, I don't know. So, but yeah, like, to me, if this came out at launch when it should have, there's a good chance that I probably would have ended up buying the Gigabyte Extreme AI Top for those 10 gig LAN. But, you know, I ended up getting the Hero, and it's not like I'm not using the Hero. We're definitely going to be doing overclock stuff. We've already done a few things with the Hero. We've done a few build videos with the Hero. We're not done. Like, the Hero, currently, this is the motherboard that I'm using with the 9950X3D. So we are going to be looking at overclocking that CPU with the Hero. We're going to look at overclocking the 9800X3D with the Nova in future content. So right now, having said all of this, in terms of the BIOS, we haven't really talked much about the BIOS. In terms of the BIOS, I think ASRock and Asus are the best ones right now. As someone who has evaluated all four of them, I have tested overclocking on all four of them. I have tested many, many things that have nothing to do with overclocking. I'm talking like productivity related things on all four of them. I can speak from experience. The ASRock and the Asus BIOS are they're the most feature rich, it feels. And they also seem to be the most consistent with memory overclocking in particular compared to the other two. So it's not the other two are bad. It's like, it depends on what you want to do. Like if you want 2x 24 gigabyte memory running at like 8000, for example, then the Godline or the MSI and the MSI and Asus seem to be good choices. If you're someone who needs 4 times 48 gigabyte or 4 times 32 gigabyte, meaning, you know, the dreaded 128 or 192 gigabyte of memory. If you're someone who wants this type of stuff, Gigabyte and ASRock are the optimal choices for big memory. Big memory, go Gigabyte or ASRock. If you want big memory and you want to try to push the speed as fast as you can. So I'm speaking from experience overclocking lots and lots of RAM on 4 different BIOSes. So, and I have had the most success with lots of RAM on Gigabyte and ASRock. So we will be doing the dreaded 192 gigabytes on the Nova in future content. So stay tuned for that, because I've been getting a lot of requests for that. But if you only want like 2 sticks, 48 gigs total, running at high speed, You know, well, not necessarily godlike, but MSI's good, Asus is good. The other two are good too. It's not like you can't do that with ASRock and Gigabyte, especially if you have high-end boards like the AI Top or the Taichi. But I have found Asus and MSI are more consistent performers when you're trying to overclock the RAM really high speed. And ASRock and Gigabyte are better when you're trying to do productivity and run the RAM in high capacity, at not necessarily very high speed. So, Godlike can do dual 5090s. Like, how are you going to do dual 5090s, though? To me, that sounds like, I don't know, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like, the amount of power consumption that's going to pull. It can do it if you can somehow manage to get two 5090s, let alone get one 5090. Technically, the Godlike can run both of them at X8 Gen 5. The problem is not the Godlike. The problem is actually getting the 5090s. That's the problem. And the amount of money on those two GPUs plus the Godlike, I don't even want to think about how much that would cost. Yeah, you don't, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all about use case. Everything that we're talking about here is all use case. It's all about, like, how are you going to use the computer? Like, if someone is only going to play games, like, let's be honest, if someone is only going to play games, they shouldn't even buy any of these boards. They should get, like, this and be done with it. They don't even need the Nova. They don't even need the Nova. I mean, the Nova's fine because it's such a good price for everything that it comes with. But if someone's just going to get a game, if someone literally just wants to play Monster Hunter Wilds, they don't need any of this stuff. Like, this is all a big waste of money if you just want to play a game. Like, that's a huge waste of money if you're just going to play a game. If all you're doing is playing games, you're not going to do DaVinci Resolve editing, you're not going to do Blender render, you're not going to do 3D modeling or all this other stuff, or VMs and all that stuff. Well, okay, VMs, you don't even need, this doesn't even matter for VMs, like, because we're talking just memory. It's just memory and cores. And memory and cores has nothing to do with the motherboard, unless you're trying to overclock. If you're only going to watch YouTube, like, you don't even need X870E, dude. You don't need any of this stuff. You don't even need the Nova if you're just going to watch YouTube. Like, even the Nova is complete overkill for just watching YouTube. That's hilarious. Just watching YouTube. Yeah, you're gonna spend money on a premium dual chipset X870E Nova for $350 just to watch YouTube, just to watch GTR. Yeah, that's some enthusiast class decision making right there. Oh man, you're looking to build 9950X3D and hear that there are tons of USB issues with MSI and Asus boards. I have not experienced. Okay, hold on a second. Oh man, the USB. Oh, here we go. The USB issues. The USB issues. So, okay. MSI had known issues with USB, so with external USB hub devices. But that's fixed. It's fixed in the latest BIOS. So MSI had the issue. I don't know if Asus had the issue, because here, I'll give you guys my own understanding of this issue. So the USB issue has been resolved, at least from MSI's point of view, or at least on MSI. But here, let's talk about the we're gonna use the Godlike for reference because I know exactly what that problem is, because I ran into a problem. I wasn't even sure if it was a USB problem, but okay, so oh, that's hilarious. MSI took the BIOS down. They took it away. It was so bad, they removed it. Good job, MSI. That BIOS was a terrible mistake. Okay, so the quote-unquote USB issues on MSI was a BIOS bug on, if you're on the Godlike, it was version A24. A24 was the BIOS that came out in I think it was late January, or maybe it was early February. It was like more than a month ago. So A24 on the MSI Godlike had USB issues, and if you were affected by the problem, what would happen was when you turn on your computer or you reboot your computer, the MSI BIOS would try to initialize, and it would initialize, and then it would post. You would hear the beep. You'd hear the beep on the motherboard, and this is the reason why I want the beeps, because I want to listen for the beep. I hear the beep. Then you see the MSI logo, Meg, Godlike, and then guess what it does? It starts to reinitialize again from nothing. It starts again initializing. Beep. It goes. And it's like, any moment now it's going to load Windows. I'm waiting for the little spinning Windows thing. And then it goes again, reinitialize. You hear the fans ramp. Postcode is doing numbers and letters and all this stuff. Then beep. Oh, here it goes again. And I'm like, okay, come on now, MSI. Come on, Godlike. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. And then finally, on the third attempt, the fourth attempt, beep. And then the Windows thing starts spinning. And then it goes into Windows. And then it's fine after that. So there was an issue with A24. And this affected like all of MSI's boards, not just the Godlike. It was a BIOS update, A24 for the Godlike, and it introduced an issue. It was the dreaded boot loop issue, and the root cause was some kind of USB signature for certain USB peripherals. I don't know which one of my devices it was. It was I don't know if it was the Logitech mouse or the Corsair keyboard or the Elgato microphone or whatever I have attached via USB. I have no idea what the device was, but the problem has been resolved. So definitely there was an issue, but I updated to A27, and since updating to this, the issue's gone. In fact, that issue was so bad that they removed the BIOS from the website, because it's like, oh, they went from December and then all of a sudden March. So it's like as if there was never a BIOS with the USB problem, because I downgraded to A22 to avoid the problem. And I have been sitting on A22 until A27 came out on March 5th. So that problem has been resolved. So, yeah, admission of guilt. The fact that they removed the BIOS, they took it off the website, that's pretty much proof that there was a problem with the boot looping off of USB specific devices or whatever. So that is resolved on MSI. Now on Asus, okay, here's what I'll tell you on Asus. Let's go to the Asus X870 Crosshair Hero. So the reason why I cannot comment on Asus, even though I have the Asus motherboard. So what I can tell you about Asus, they probably had an issue also, a similar problem, but I never experienced the problem on Asus. But I will tell you the reason why I probably never experienced the issue was because I was on the beta version 1001. I was on this BIOS from January 13th up until the 9950X3D came out. So if they had the problem, it was on one of these other BIOSes that came out later, which I never went to, because I never updated beyond 1001 on the Crosshair Hero. And then I recently went all the way to the latest one when I got the 9950X3D. So I'm currently on the latest 1203 on Asus, and I am on the latest A27 on the MSI. So basically, the moral of the story is get on the latest BIOS and you will not have any of those problems. And sometimes, if you have the problem and you're on the latest BIOS, the solution or the workaround is to downgrade to an older BIOS. Because what I'll tell you is that I ran into that problem on MSI, and you know what I did? I downgraded to A22, and I sat on A22 to avoid the boot looping USB problem until A27 came out. Then I went straight to A27, and there's no more problems. So that's good. But these older BIOSes were pretty solid. The one from November of last year is on MSI is very good, actually. So if you want to go to an older BIOS, this one's good for MSI. The one from November, but the latest one is actually really good. So I just recommend being on the latest one, to be honest. So especially since MSI claims 10% performance uplift if you're on the latest BIOS and you're on the latest driver, the chipset driver, they claim, what do they say, like 10.4 or MSI. We covered the article earlier in the stream. Like MSI is saying, hey, if you're on the latest BIOS and you're on the Godlike and you have the latest AMD chipset driver, your AMD CPU will perform even better. So yeah, but that's pretty much it. So the other thing I want to talk about is, because I've seen a lot of these comments regarding the CPU problems, all those CPU problems that people were talking about, those people. Okay, let's do X870E Nova, because I saw a lot of comments about like the CPU issues. So there are no CPU issues. The bottom line is there's no CPU issues. The only way that you can get a CPU problem is if you're running VSOC at 1.3 volts. So, and you shouldn't be doing that because that's completely unnecessary. So the BIOS from ASRock. Now the problem that ASRock had, because ASRock did have a problem, but it had nothing to do with killing CPUs. It was not killing CPUs. What it was doing was ASRock was being too conservative on their voltage. They were not being aggressive enough on their voltage. So what was happening was there was a small, it's funny, they say a minority proportion of AMD 9000 CPU boot issues. So basically let's say there were a couple of people who had Zen 5 CPUs that they unfortunately did not win the silicon lottery, which means they bought a CPU that was a lousy overclocker. It did not have good silicon potential. It was leaky from a voltage efficiency standpoint, which means for those few CPUs where they lost the silicon lottery, those CPUs require higher voltage to run stable. And ASRock was not being aggressive enough with the voltage, which means it's the complete opposite of what people thought was happening. People thought ASRock was killing CPUs because they thought ASRock was applying too high of a voltage, when in reality, they weren't applying enough voltage to the point where some of those CPUs that were lousy, well, for lack of a better word, they were poor quality CPUs, they're lousy overclocking CPUs, they were not able to post successfully because ASRock's voltages were too low when trying to do the initial post test. So what they did with the latest BIOS 3.20 is they raise the voltage by an infinitesimal amount on the boot up test to get it to post and run stable. So basically, now the newer BIOS uses more voltage, not less voltage, because it needs to account for those poor binned CPUs that require higher voltages to run clear. So there was never a problem with it killing CPUs. The killing CPU thing was for people that were mishandling the voltage. Most likely, it was people that were mishandling the voltages. And typically, They were probably running, if I have to guess without knowing, they're probably running VSOC at 1.3 volts. You should absolutely never ever run your Ryzen CPU with a VSOC value above 1.2 volts. It's supposed to be. So now let's use paint. It's supposed to be using. I guess we can delete all of this stuff. So VSOC typical range is from 0.9 volt to 1.2 volt. That is the range. If you go above this range, that is not a good idea. If you go above this range, if you run VSOC at higher voltages, you will have significantly higher idle power consumption and higher idle temperature. So, this is not a good idea. So you do not want VSOC to go above 1.2 volts. The only time you would ever need to be at 1.2 volts is if you're trying to push memory speeds greater than 6,000 in 1:1 ratio, meaning i.e. U clock equals M clock. This is the only situation where VSOC may have to go above 1.2 volts. And if it has to go above 1.2 volts to run above, like, for example, I'll give you guys a good example. DDR5-6400 is a very, very good example. So, DDR5-6400 in 1:1, meaning UCLK equals MCLK. This typically requires 1.2 to 1.3 volts. Do you see the problem here? Do you see the problem with this? There's a huge red flag here. The problem is this. That's a big problem. Big no-no. The VSOC should not be running at 1.3 volts all the time. That's not a good choice. Not a good choice. Or not a good idea, I should say, for the longevity of the CPU. So, now, alternatively, someone can run DDR5 at 6400 in 1 or 2 to 1 or 1 to 2 or 2, 1 to 2. UCLK equals half MCLK. Typically requires 1.1 volt or lower. Notice the difference. Notice the difference. Look at that difference. Look at the difference. In fact, maybe I should use average. Average 1.27 volts for VSOC. This is the average. Meaning, if you buy any Zen 5 CPU, and this also applies to Zen 4 CPUs, the average CPU, the random chance will be somewhere around this much voltage on VSOC to be able to allow this to run stable, without blue screens, without crashing, without intermittent problems. So you can see how this is a problem. Because most CPUs will need to run very close to the limit. Hence the reason why some of them were probably pushing 1.3 all the time, or what could have even been the case, they could have been on older BIOSes that were allowing, you know, let's say older BIOS allows 1.4 volt VSOC. That is a huge no-no. That's a huge problem. Older BIOSes. So now I don't know what these people were running. The people who had their CPUs burn up and die, and they burn the pins on the socket, because this is exactly what we're referring to. We're referring to the exploding CPUs. But the thing that is known to cause this is running a high VSOC. VSOC over 1.3 will typically result in that behavior. So the average is already high enough, which means this is not a practical way to run a computer if you have an average CPU. The only people who should even bother doing this are the people who win the Silicon Lottery and can do this at like 1.2 volts max. Or ideally lower than that. But it's going to be really hard to do lower than 1.2 to maintain a 3.2 gigahertz memory controller clock speed. That's a very high clock speed for the memory controller. So, and hence the reason why it requires significantly more voltage. But the people who are doing this will have much higher idle power and higher idle temperature. So it isn't, to me, from a practical standpoint, you guys know me, I'm all about making my computer run better, but also run reliable and last a very long time. I'm not going to shorten the lifespan of my CPU, so at the expense of extra performance, or I guess for extra performance. So I'm all about practicality. So I would only ever recommend this. And the reality is I have tested both of these, and maybe we do need to do a video on this now that I'm thinking about it. And I have found that the difference between 1-to-1 and 2-to-1 is anywhere from, so we'll say the difference is 0 to 1%. 0 to 1% on average. Now, there will always be those certain games where they'll benefit better from the 1-to-1, but the bottleneck in the memory subsystem is never actually the U clock. That's never the bottleneck. The bottleneck is always the M clock. The memory controller is the biggest well, not the memory controller. This is the memory controller. The bottleneck is always the actual DRAM itself. Meaning, if you have RAM, if you have a CPU and it's attached to the memory, and you have memory chips on the RAM itself, the thing with the highest latency and the most delay is the actual memory chip on the DIMM. Not the CPU, not the memory controller, not the wire traces. It's actually the memory chip itself is the slowest thing to respond in a memory subsystem. The CPU's fast. The memory controller's fast. The fabric has the bandwidth. The bandwidth is there. That's not the problem. The problem is always going to be the DRAM's ability to do the read or write operation. This is the bottleneck. Always. Always, 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 it's the memory. Never the CPU, never the fabric on the CPU, never the traces on the motherboard, never the memory controller itself. So that means that knowing this, well, let's get rid of all the X's. knowing this, there is very little benefit. Now, there is a benefit. We're talking like 1% benefit. But does that really matter? I mean, you can claw that back with certain things, with other tweaks. But here's the thing. Because we know that the RAM is the bottleneck, there is not a whole lot of benefit in running 1-to-1 ratio. And this is like the big aha moment where it's like a lot of people don't realize this because they don't actually know because they didn't do any real world testing. It's like they can look at synthetic benchmarks for memory and they were like, oh, yeah, 1-to-1's better. Yeah, okay, 1-to-1's better, but is it actually that much better in gaming? Is it actually that much better in the real world? The reality is it's not. Because you're better off tuning the memory itself than trying to mess with the memory controller. Now, you can tweak the memory controller, but the memory controller comes with a lot of drawbacks, which we just talked about. Lots of drawbacks, exploding CPUs and stuff like that in the worst case scenario. So I'm somebody who actually favors overclocking the memory instead of trying to mess with overclocking the memory controller on the CPU, because I have found that you actually get a much better experience and you get the same performance level, if not slightly better performance, by tweaking the memory versus tweaking the memory controller. So I'm not a huge fan of like the 1-to-1 ratio. I got to agree with Intel on this one, guys. I mean, I know we're talking about an AMD, but I want to talk about Intel for a second. Because Intel, I know it's a different architecture, but Intel doesn't even do this at all. You can't even do 1-1 on Intel. They don't even allow it. Intel only does this. Intel always runs 1-2. They never run 1-1 on DDR5. So let that sink in for a second. Intel doesn't even let you do this. Like, it isn't even an option. You can't do it. AMD's like, oh, yeah, you can do it. We built a pretty robust DDR5 memory controller. You can do 1-1 up to 6,000. Yeah, up to 6,000. But we're talking about 6,400 here for a reason, because once you go above 6,000, you have to start raising the VSOC voltage, in some cases very significantly. And that's where people could run into problems with the CPU shortening its lifespan, and the worst scenarios, burning up on the socket. And that's what those issues that you guys see on like Reddit and stuff, people with like burnt up CPUs. Well, there's a good chance that the individuals who had that problem were probably on an older BIOS, or they were running 1.3 volts on VSOC for several months and then ran into this problem. So, or all of the above. If someone's doing this, they're never going to run into that problem because it's not a high enough voltage. It's going to be low idle power. It's going to be low idle temperature. It's just going to be a better experience. And if they want to get better performance, they're much better off overclocking the RAM. Go for DDR5-8000. It gives you better performance than DDR5-6000, and it doesn't have any of the negative drawbacks of trying to do 6,400 in a 1-to-1 ratio. Alternatively, forget about this. Pretend that you're on Intel for a second, where this isn't even a choice. It's invisible, and you're just going to run it like this, and you avoid all of those potential problems. So that is my philosophy on the whole like memory thing. But yeah, this has nothing to do with ASRock. Like, this has nothing to do with any of them, really. I mean, it's really it's user error is what it is. It's like the user cranking VSOC way too high all the time, 24/7, or they're on an older BIOS which allowed for an auto config above 1.3, and that was really what was killing the CPU. So that's the root cause of the issue. But yeah, I think this was actually probably the most this is probably the most info anyone's gonna give you in terms of like the root cause of that problem, because the problem with the exploding CPUs is probably something that had to do with this. Otherwise, the user did not install the CPU correctly. There was one guy who misaligned it and it messed up because he did not put it on correctly. You know, I don't even know how he managed to even do that. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's all user error. It's user error or it's old BIOS and they are not aware of the VSOC thing. Now, the secret way to tune the memory and maintain, basically to get the same performance as 1.1, if not even better performance, is to tune a memory value called TREFI. I think this is the time refresh interval. The time refresh interval is the best way to get lower latency. You can be in a 2-to-1 or a 1-to-2 ratio. Crank TREFI. And you're just going to get back, you're going to get more performance than 1-to-1 with default TREFI. And you're going to still have the benefit of running a very low VSOC voltage and have lower idle power and have lower idle temperature. So to me, it's kind of a no-brainer. Like, there's ways to tweak it if you know what you're doing to work around the whole, like, oh, I want to run it in 1.1, but I can't. You know, so, yeah, 1.1 is, like, so overrated as far as I'm concerned. As someone who has tested a lot of different memory ratios over the past 2 years on DDR5, I personally think, like, AMD should just, like, not even offer this with Zen 6. Like, get rid of it. Just get rid of this. Like, don't even... Basically, be like Intel. Don't give the user choice. Just take the choices away from them. Become more like Intel. Don't give them a choice. Like, make them run it in Gear 2. Just make them run in Gear 2. Because guess what? AMD laptops, they only do Gear 2. All the AMD mobile processors, DDR5, it's only Gear 2. There is no Gear 1. There is no 1.1 on Zen mobile. It is just like Intel. It is only 1.2. So I don't understand why. I guess AMD was really just trying to, like, be ultra competitive with Intel. It's like, hey man, you want to push it to the max, go all out, 1.1, you know, V8 engine, gas guzzler, high idle power, high idle temperature. Like, that's where all the whole, oh, it has high idle power. Well, it's because all these people are running VSOC probably at like 1.2 or 1.25 and all that stuff. So that's the root cause of all of that. That's the root cause of where all that comes from. It's all 1.1. If AMD did 1.2, no one would be complaining about, oh, they have higher idle temperature or higher idle power consumption. Well, get out of 1.1 and you don't have that problem anymore. This is the reason why I'm a huge advocate for DDR5-8000. Because DDR5-8000 runs just like this. In fact, DDR5-8000 can even run at a lower voltage. It can run us down to like 1.1 or 1.0. And, well, actually, this will run even lower than that. So this can be like 1 volt on really good CPUs. So, yeah. But that's because the U clock isn't really running that high in 1.2 at that speed at 6400. What do you recommend to get then? 8x32. What do you mean 8x32? 8x32 is what? That's like 8 sticks of memory? You're not going to be doing 8 sticks of memory. 1.235 is always preferred. And also, 6400 1.4 is not necessary. There is a lot of 6400 1.35 kits now. The recommended memory is in the description of the stream. It should be. It better be. Oh boy. Yeah, it's there. Man, the stream still has all those other memory kits. I don't know why. I need to clean that up. Oh, he's talking about a 64 core Threadripper. Are you on a WRX 90 board or something, or a WRX 80? Like, what's the mother? Because if you have 4 sticks of RAM, then that's definitely not TRX 50. TRX 50 only has. Oh, you're on W. Okay, that's why. Probably just 6,000. Go with the lower voltage. 6,400, but run it at 1/2. Yeah, you should run. If you're doing 6,400, you should definitely do 1/2. You can do 1/1 with 6,000 though. With 6,400 on a Threadripper, I would not even bother trying to do 1/1 on 6,400. Like, I would just completely pretend that doesn't even exist. And just do, especially with that much memory, that much RAM, with that much kind of voltage being pushed across there. No, just do 1/2. 1/2 will work a whole lot better. Otherwise, just do 6,000. Yeah, yeah. You can still do 1/2 with 6,000. The problem is 1/1. I don't even know if that'll work with that much RAM, because that's a lot of RAM. That's a lot of RAM, and you're trying to do. Do you understand though? Like, do you understand why you can run super low voltages on 1/2, right? Because here, this is 3,200 megahertz. This is 3,200 megahertz. This is 3.2 gigahertz. This is the reason why the average CPU needs almost 1.3 volts to be stable. Because they're literally running a memory controller at 3.2 gigahertz. That's not easy to do. A memory controller is not supposed to be running 3.2 gigahertz. But you understand that, right? So I'm just clarifying for people watching the stream who are trying to keep up with what we're talking about. So when you run, the reason why you can even run 1 volt. You can even run this at like 1.0 or 105. You can even run this all the way down, depending on how good your silicon is. You can literally run 6,400 off of a 1.0 volt, 1 volt VSOC. Because, you know why? Because you're only pushing 1,600 megahertz. You're only pushing 1,600 megahertz on the U-clock. There is way less spiritual pressure on that memory controller. It doesn't feel all the heavy lifting because it's like oh, I can relax now. I'm only having to run at 1.6. Oh man, oh thank you. This is so much easier for me. You know, versus this, it's like, oh, run on that hamster wheel, max speed, go all out, 1.3 volts, VSOC, burn it up. See, that's the reason why. It's like, okay, calm down, lower speed. Okay, yeah, this is way easier. I can relax. This is easy now. So that's the reason why I prefer to shift the burden over to the memory with the overclock, because you're still going to get the benefit of the high memory clock if you're running 6,400 or above, and you can use a low VSOC. Lower idle power, lower idle temperature. It's just way better. Lower power consumption in general. And also, on top of that, this is more true for regular Ryzen than Threadripper, but this also applies to Threadripper. If you're overclocking, if you run a low VSOC, your cores have more margin. They have more power budget to boost better with Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper. So you can easily get a better overclock on the CPU doing 1 to 2 than you can with 1 to 1, because you get better. Because remember, the TDP is the total, is the cores, CCDs, plus the IO die. So if you want to overclock your cores as best as you can, you want 1-2. Because that allows a lower VSOC, which means you can get more power budget to your cores where it actually benefits the cores. And you can just max out your memory using stuff like TREFI. So I recommend I recommend a value around 40K to 49K on TREFI. So basically, if you want to tune TREFI, you can try a number around there to 49,920. This is kind of a secret number that I have found that works really well. I do not recommend maxing out TREFI. The reason why I do not recommend that is because the higher the TREFI, as TREFI increases, so does temperature. Temperature goes up dramatically when you increase the TREFI because the memory is refreshing significantly faster. So think of it like it's going to generate more heat because the refresh interval is much, much faster. So I do not recommend 65. I do not recommend the maximum number because you're probably going to run into instability. And also, low power sleep doesn't like max TREFI for the same reasons. So, if you want your memory to run in a normal temperature range, do not max TREFI. Your TREFI temp is going to go up. If you mess with cast latency at lower cast latency also will, lower cast latency is also going to require. Actually, TREFI doesn't necessarily raise the temperature of the memory. However, yeah, it doesn't actually raise the temperature. The only way you can raise the temperature off of the RAM itself is if you raise the voltage of the RAM. And typically to raise the voltage of the RAM, you're doing that because you're trying to overclock the cast latency to a lower number. So for example, if you're trying to go from CL32 to CL30 or CL28, especially once you start going sub 30, like CL28, CL26, now all of a sudden the amount of memory voltage needed goes way up. So, and that's going to raise the temperature. And the other thing too is TREFI stability is very temperature dependent. So if your memory is running high temperature, like for example, if 55C or greater, if your memory starts going above 55 degrees Celsius under load while gaming and you have all that hot air from the GPU and all that stuff, if the memory goes above 55 Celsius and you're running max TREFI or a very high TREFI, guess what? You can encounter instability. 65C is the maximum. Yeah, you're going to run into other problems too by that time. But if it goes above 55C plus max TREFI or high TREFI, you can run into instability because you're going to start running errors. If the RAM is hot and it's also having to refresh very, very fast, you can start running into errors. So, that's another thing. But in general, like, I think try to push memory as much as you can because you just get really good benefit there. And then it kind of like, it makes this pointless. Like, this is so pointless, like in a lot of ways. So it's kind of mind-boggling. It's impressive that AMD allowed this, to be honest. It's impressive to see this. Like, a memory controller literally running at 3.2 gigahertz, that's like insane. That's faster than the GPU. That's like super fast. And that's just a memory controller, guys. That isn't even the cores. That's the memory controller. Why is a memory controller running 3.2 gigahertz? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what? So anyway, this is more normal. This is more like Intel right here. So it's like, yeah. So anyway, that kind of answers the question on the memory stuff. Memory speed is important on AMD. And hopefully this kind of sheds some light on how these things are interrelated and like some of the things to consider if somebody wants to run memory or the memory controller at higher speeds. But yeah, the whole thing about the CPUs blowing up, that had nothing to do with ASRock. I just wanted to point that out because I got so many videos on the ASRock Nova videos that we did earlier this week. People were like, well, what's your opinion on the CPUs dying? And I'm like, these people are completely clueless, man. They have no idea what they're talking about. It's like an echo chamber on Reddit about a bunch of like misinformation and people not fully understanding what's going on. But that's typically how Reddit is. So anyway, that's gonna be it for this live stream. Thank you all for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, do get subscribed. Do hit that bell icon to be notified when I do these live streams. We do these Tech Thursday live streams every Thursdays. So we're currently on episode 102. We will be live streaming tomorrow Assassin's Creed Shadows with the, I have it here, Intel Arc B580. So stay tuned for that if you want to see how well the Intel Arc B580 plays the game. Because currently, if you buy an Intel Arc B580, you can get this game, you can get Assassin's Creed for free. So just keep that in mind if you're curious. Alternatively, if you buy an Intel Core Ultra CPU, it must be an Intel Core Ultra. It cannot be a previous Intel Raptor Lake, for instance. It has to be an Intel Core Ultra. You can also get Assassin's Creed Shadows for free, courtesy of Intel, if you buy this. If you buy an Intel Core Ultra, or if you buy an Intel Arc graphics card. So those are the options. We're going to be showcasing Assassin's Creed Shadows tomorrow. And for the rest of you, we will be doing another live stream probably on the weekend. Probably for Atelier Yumia. And that will be on a Ryzen-based system, so stay tuned for that as well. And we will see. I have not played Assassin's Creed Shadows. The reviews of it are relatively positive. It looks like it's a pretty solid game if you like that open world, action style game. It's a pretty long game as well. I've heard it's like 40 hours, 50 hours, something like that. I have never played an Assassin's Creed game ever. This will be my very first one. So anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in. And if you're not going to tune into the live streams, if you're going to tune into Tech Thursdays, well, I'll see you guys next week on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I'll see you then. Thanks.